There's our motion. So this article requests funding to repoint the fire station brick facade, specifically in the area over the captain's office and record storage room. Leaks in this area have been progressively getting worse over the years. Repointing these joints will correct this problem. A masonry restoration expert came to the site and also recommended we seal the remaining brick exterior to extend its longevity. This building is a valuable town asset that should be maintained even in the event the fire department does move off to a new facility. You'll see the following photograph indicates the conditions of the record storage area in the captain's office. It's very similar to what some folks have encountered when you have your chimney repointed, specifically the top of it or the corbel. When I had mine redone, the masonry contractor came and clearly said, the rest of your chimney needs to be sealed, otherwise we'll be doing this elsewhere in the building.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 20, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approving this article.
Okay, are there any questions, concerns, discussion, or debate on Article 20? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. As soon as I change my page. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $80,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works to fund brick repointing and sealing at the fire station building, and to meet said appropriation of $80,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024. Okay, 5 more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 20 passes. Article 21, CIP DPW road improvements and maintenance. Chairman Cohen, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $310,000 for road improvements and maintenance, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $310,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. DPW Director.
Thank you again. So this article will fund a portion of the roadway improvements for calendar year 2025. These funds will be coupled with the $300,000 we have in our annual operating budget, as well as the $500,000 we have that's allocated through the state's Chapter 90 program. The total roadway allocation funds for the 2025 construction season will be $1.11 million. The details of exactly what roadways will be paved in 2025 will be determined during the 24-25 winter season. This will include several factors, including an updated roadway, townwide roadway assessment that'll be performed this fall, as well as consideration for other infrastructure improvements that are needed around town. This article has been ongoing in the capital improvement plan for many years. It's allowed the town to maintain our pavement condition index. Pavement condition indexes are similar to grades in school. You have a 90, you have an A, you have a 60, you have a D. We've been at around a 76 for a number of years. So this is the required funding in order to maintain our current townwide roadway conditions.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 21, please?
Yes, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this warrant article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, concerns, discussion, or debate on Article 21? Yes, please. We have a microphone problem. Just one moment, please.
I think it works now. My name is Charles Frankian. I'm 125 Howard Street. Just a quick question. In your presentation, you used the words continue with basically the level of where we're at right now. How much more would it be to kind of increase that C+ to at least a B+?
The past few years, we've had other emergencies that have come up for culvert replacements that have diverted some of these funds toward culvert replacements. Every year, we reevaluate our capital improvement plan. We have 3 financing scenarios. One is $800,000, which would be the operating budget of $300 and the Chapter 90 of 5. This is the second scenario, which is 3, 3, and 5. And then the third scenario would be a $1.5 million per year. That in itself would increase our PCI continuously over the coming years. One of the issues we have with funding roadways is with the state Chapter 90 program. They allocate $200 million a year to the Commonwealth and the communities to repave our roadways. They've been doing that same $200 million number for 15+ years. The cost of paving has gone up every year. We're paying more for asphalt this year than we did 5 years ago, and certainly more than we did 15 years ago. Every so often, they allocate an extra $100 million when there's a surplus of the state budget. They haven't done that in a while. So if the state was to increase their Chapter 90 allocation in accordance with cost of living or CPI increases, we would certainly be able to increase our roadway conditions.
Any other questions, discussion, debate on Article 21? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $310,000 for road improvements and maintenance, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $310,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024. The vote is open. Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 21 passes. Article 22, CIP DPW, enclosed public health trailer. Chairman Cohen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $95,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of an enclosed public health trailer, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $95,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024.
Is there a second?
This request will fund the replacement of the town's current 2014 enclosed trailer. The existing trailer is steel and has deteriorated joints and flooring. In addition, it is not climate controlled. The trailer was used extensively during the pandemic and continues to be used to support community events. The need for a reliable, powered, and climate-controlled trailer became evidently clear during these times. The replacement trailer will have adequate power, lighting, climate controls, will be aluminum, and will be able to support local events as well as long-duration emergencies. One of the challenges we encountered during the pandemic, which we've also seen in some long-duration emergencies, is one, the lack of cooling, and second, the lack of heating. This trailer was used at McAfee Ellsworth Park during the COVID pandemic with the drive-through testing. The nurses that were there had no heat. We had unit heaters there, which was not comfortable and certainly not the best choice for climate control. In addition, during the town meetings we had at the high school field, whoever went to that first one certainly felt the heat. This would have served a wonderful cooling station for those that needed some cooling. Unfortunately, that was not the case. So we had emergency ambulances on site idling there the entire time to serve as cooling stations as opposed to being available from the station.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 22, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, concerns, discussion points on Article 22? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $95,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of an enclosed public health trailer, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $95,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024. The voting is open. Five more seconds. And the voting is closed. Article 22 passes. Article 23, CIP DPW Drainage Sidewalk Improvement Program. Chairman Cohen.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $300,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works to fund the repair and replacement of drainage and/or sidewalks, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $300,000 be transferred from overlay surplus for expenditure in fiscal year 2024.
Second?
Motion has been made and seconded.
So this request is to fund the replacement of some of our failing drainage infrastructure. Specifically, in excluding any unforeseen emergency needs, these funds will be going toward repairs in the Aspet Hill neighborhood. In 2019, all the drains in this area were video inspected. This was done in response to several sinkholes that opened up along the roadways. The drainage was found to have numerous localized failures, a lot of them attributed to pipe joint failures in and around manholes. Conducting these repairs over the next several years will allow the resulting roadways and sidewalks to be reconstructed in the intermittent years. The work associated with the repair work on the Aspet Hill far exceeds the funds we're requesting tonight. These funds do fit within the capital improvement plan, and through a systematic timeline of improvements, this neighborhood can be repaired. We don't have the ability, we should not be paving the roads without fixing the underlying infrastructure. I discussed earlier during the pavement management item that in the past we've had to divert funds from roadways to fix culverts. Those of you who travel up and down Lincoln Street, remember the Lincoln Street culvert that failed directly adjacent to the elementary school? That was roadway funds that had to be reallocated toward drainage improvements. So in order to maintain and improve our roadway conditions, it's important and critical that we do have a funding mechanism to correct our infrastructure failures in the drainage systems.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 23, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion, concerns on Article 23? Yes, ma'am.
Kathy DeGraff, 23 Edmonds Way. I just have a question about art. Do we think that the issues here were with the installation, or is this just an aging process? And if so, are we going to have to go through this process again on a regular basis?
The failures are mostly around reinforced concrete pipe bells and entrances to manholes. Generally, when bells fail and pipes immediately adjacent to manholes fail, it's because of poor construction methods. My thought is that it's likely lack of construction oversight, rapid construction without care or attention to detail resulted in these failures.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And over here, please.
Eric Martin, 32 Weston Terrace. Just a quick question, I think it's a typo. In the article, it says the funds will be raised by taxation, transferred from available funds, borrowed, or otherwise appropriated. Up on the screen, we have overlay surplus, and the motion is overlay surplus. Can someone just please clarify that for me?
My understanding is when the warrant is published, some of the funding mechanisms are not clearly identified at that point. The capital improvement plan is still in works. When the motion is made, that identifies specifically where the funds are coming from. So this is coming as presented in the motion,
Perfect.
not from taxation.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 23. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $300,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works to fund the repair and replacement of drainage and/or sidewalks, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $300,000 be transferred from overlay surplus for expenditure in fiscal year 2024. And yes, the vote is open. Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 23 passes. Article 24. It's DPW Highway Bucket Truck. Chairman Cohen.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $330,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a bucket truck, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $330,000 to be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024.
Motion's been made and seconded.
This request is to fund the replacement of our existing 2010 65-foot bucket truck and chassis. The useful life for this vehicle is between 10 and 15 years. The new vehicle will be very similar chassis to the one being replaced, except it'll have an elevated 75-foot boom. The truck provides tree removal services throughout the year, as well as performs other aerial tasks, such as providing us access to roofs, installing the banners that we all see up and down Route 20 every year, as well as responding to emergency storm needs. One of the challenges with specialized equipment like bucket trucks is the availability of parts. We have one of these in our fleet. It needs to be available and usable at all times in the event there's an emergency. Excuse me. Emergencies aren't simply ice storms. An emergency can be as simple as a leaner, a pine tree that's leaning over a public way. You have a pine tree that's leaning over a public way, for example, milk porridge, one way in, one way out. If we don't have the capacity to get out there and clear that tree up, nobody has the ability to get in and out. That includes emergency services. Parts on these types of equipment are very scarce and long lead items. For example, the turret or the base plate on it, there could be a 2-3 month lead time on it. A truck like this goes down, we don't have it in our service. When the emergency need comes up, such as a windstorm, a nor'easter, or an ice storm, we can't just go borrow a bucket truck or hire somebody. They're all being used in their own communities. So it's critical that we have this piece of equipment operational and available for use.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 24, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, Financial Planning unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And I see we do have a question right up here.
Mr. Moderator, Jacob Jones, 106 Green Street. I'm happy to see the Department of Public Works is getting more than 4 years of use out of its vehicles. I do have a question, Mr. Moderator. There's an upcoming proposal for the fire station which requires a lot of earthworks, including removing trees and other works, which the current estimates are showing could cost $1 million or more just to move the dirt and the trees. My question, Mr. Moderator, is if the town votes to buy new equipment like this bucket truck, would the Department of Public Works perhaps think of some ideas that we could use existing town resources to do that work and save $1 million to the town? Thank you.
And if the director could respond?
Certainly, Mr. Moderator. There is an opportunity for us to do some tree clearing there. This piece of equipment is not appropriate for off-road tree removal. There is an old driveway from 10 Monroe, and there are trees that are accessible from that driveway as well as the old foundation pad. That's perfectly viable use for this piece of equipment. This is not the type of forestry equipment that can climb hills and traverse difficult terrain, but it can absolutely clear and assist through the 10 Monroe property, yes.
Any other questions on Article 24? Hearing no questions, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $330,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a bucket truck, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $330,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in the fiscal year 2024. The vote is open. Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 24 passes. Article 25, CIP DPW Highway Sidewalk Plow Replacement. Select Person Hirsch.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $300,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a sidewalk plow, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $300,000 be transferred from overlay surplus for expenditure in fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
So this request is to purchase a replacement sidewalk plow with a flail head mower attachment. This attachment will allow it to also work on roadside vegetation management, which has increased a lot over the past several years. The town has 2 of these vehicles in service. The one replacing is a 2012 model. Similar to the bucket truck, this is a very unique piece of equipment where parts are often not readily available. It's critical that this machine is operational at all times for snow removal as well as roadside mowing, which are both public safety needs. We have 2 of these. We have a cycle for replacement. It's critical that this is an operational piece of equipment. This will be the only one with a roadside mower attachment. We've been struggling to keep up with the roadside maintenance. The climate change, regardless of what the cause is happening. We have more precipitation than we've ever had. The invasive bamboo, I don't know what the species is or what have you, but the invasives on the roadsides are causing hazards at our intersections. Our current roadside mower is a very large green John Deere mower. It works perfectly on production work. It can go up and down the roads and clear the roadsides. This piece of equipment is smaller, it's more agile, and it can attend to the intersections more safely and more efficiently, getting the clear lines of sight that we need. These pieces of equipment also assist in sidewalk clearing. In the spring, they're paired up with our street sweepers to clear the sidewalks through downtown and in our neighborhoods. In addition, in the wintertime, obviously, it does sidewalk clearing of snow. When we have over 6 inches of snow, these sidewalk machines need to use snow blowers in order to remove the snow. 2 sidewalk machines with snow blowers take between 20 and 24 hours to clear the sidewalks. Having one operational, one inoperational will be a drastic impact on the schools, waiting 40 to 48 hours to get snow removal from the sidewalks. So it's critical that we have 2 of these pieces of equipment operational, and this is part of our regular cycle of replacement.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 25, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee on Article 25?
Mr. Moderator, Financial Planning unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Over here, please.
25 Longfellow Road. I just have a question about the width of it, because every year you tear up the lawn on the sidewalk or in your part of it, including this year the roots, which has flooded my lawn. So I'm curious if it actually fits a sidewalk or if it goes over it.
It does fit sidewalks. It's 4 feet wide. Unfortunately, a lot of our older neighborhoods have 4-foot sidewalks. The newer neighborhoods and the standard Massachusetts Architectural Access Board sidewalk width requirement is 5 feet. Years past, when we had a nice frost and we would have repeat storms, it was very easy to see where the sidewalks were. You'd see the snow on the lawn, it would drop down a few inches to the sidewalk because it had melted, and then you could clearly delineate where your path is. Storms have changed, winters have changed. We don't get the frost we used to have, and we certainly don't get the accumulation that we used to have repeatedly. So our sidewalk plow operators know the routes well. They still veer off at times. Anybody, when we strike your lawn, and if there is a grass that's pushed up or loam that's disturbed or mulch, let us know, send me an email. We keep a list of all of these tasks that need to be done come springtime, and we will address them. So please just let us know, okay?
And over here, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Michael Horgan, 17 Reservoir Street. I just wanted to make a comment about what you referred to as the bamboo that's growing on the side of the roads and the need to cut that back. And I just want to encourage the DPW to do a little more research on that. It's called Japanese knotweed. It's incredibly invasive, but cutting that plant down actually makes the rhizomes or the roots stronger and more extensive, and it just perpetuates the problem and extends the problem further. So I would encourage the DPW to explore other ways of eradicating that knotweed on the side of the roads. You're going to just keep cutting it several times a year otherwise, and it's going to come back stronger after each of those cuts. So that's the only comment I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments, questions on Article 25? Oh, there you are.
Sorry, just one more quick question. Kathy DeGraff, 23 Edmonds Way. How old is the second one of these?
I'll go to my handy dandy fleet list. We have a 2012 that we're trading in now, and the other one is a 2017.
So we're going to do this about every 5 years?
Approximately, yes. We try to cycle our equipment so that it's an old and a new, so there's always
Always
one
is.
that's more reliable than the other, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions on Article 25? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $300,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a sidewalk plow, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $300,000 be transferred from overlay surplus for expenditure in fiscal year 2024. And the vote is open. Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 25 passes. Article 26, CIP DPW Highway, hook lift truck. Right there.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to pass over this article.
Second.
May I ask, is there a particular reason why this is being passed over?
Certainly, Mr. Moderator. Through the capital improvement planning process, we realized that these funds were better allocated toward the police station siding project that was approved last night.
Okay, thank you. So the motion has been made and seconded to pass over Article 26. Any questions, any concerns before we go farther on this? Appropriations Committee, do you have a recommendation on this?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee also recommended unanimously to pass over this article.
Thank you. And the Financial Planning Committee?
Financial Planning also recommended passing over this article.
Okay. Any questions, any concerns? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to pass over Article 26. And the vote is open. Five more seconds. And the voting is closed. The motion to pass over Article 26 has passed. Article 27, CIP DPW Water 1-ton utility truck with plow replacement.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $140,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a 1-ton utility body truck with plow, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $72,000 shall be transferred from Water Enterprise Fund free cash. The sum of $48,000 shall be transferred from Sewer Enterprise Fund free cash, and $20,000 from Water Enterprise revenues.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. And, Mr. Director, before you begin, those of you that are looking at this motion in the book, there's a slight typo, and that typo makes reference to a bucket truck. What you see on the screen up front is correct, and the motion that was made is correct. Well, that one isn't correct either. Okay.
There we go.
If the DPW director could explain what I just messed up.
This photograph is not a bucket truck. This request is to fund the replacement of an F-350 utility body, a 2014 model. The vehicle is used daily to perform regular inspections and general maintenance tasks for the water and sewer systems. It is also used for 24-hour emergency responses. The useful life for these vehicles is between 10 and 12 years. It also assists with snow removal, and as part of this purchase, the existing truck will be reallocated and repurposed by the school district. The truck you see is going to be paid for solely by water retained earnings and sewer retained earnings. There is no general fund free cash being utilized for this purchase, nor is there any tax funds utilized for this purchase.
Thank you. May I hear from the Water and Sewer Commission on Article 27? Is there anyone here for that? Okay. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Financial Planning unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion on Article 27? Yes, please.
Mr. Moderator, Tristan Besant, 104 Green Street. I'm just curious as to the cost of this vehicle. $140,000 for an F-350 Super Duty, even with plow, seems like quite an excessive amount. You know, for those of us who've shopped cars lately, they are expensive. But something along the lines of $70,000 or $80,000 seems more appropriate. The town of Westborough, for example, just approved 2 of these at their town meeting a couple weeks ago for $95,000 apiece. So I'm just curious why our cost is so much higher, and also if it's really necessary, if 10 years is the end of its life, or if we can you know, squeeze a few more years out of it and save the town a little bit of money.
So this vehicle will be 11 to 12 years old when it's repurposed over to the school division. These trucks are 12 to 18 months out. The chassis and the outfitting are about a 50-50 split on these vehicles. Typically, we would get the chassis from one vendor, and we have it outfitted from another vendor. The truck you see here has a steel body on it, a steel utility body on it. The truck we're going to be purchasing has a fiberglass body, has a longer life expectancy. And this is purely based on the 2 quotes, one for outfitting and one for the chassis itself. We do include a provision of approximately $4,000 to $5,000 in the price we have, with the expectation that the next model year will be more expensive. Any surplus funds that are not expended, meaning if this truck comes in at $132,000, that $8,000 goes back into the retained earnings for the sewer and water enterprise funds.
Thank you. It still seems excessive to me, so I think I'm a no on this one.
It is excessive. Vehicles are way too expensive now.
Right over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, Jacob Jones, 106 Green Street. I think I heard a reference to this one having a longer life expectancy because of what it's made out of. So my comment would be that I would hope to see us extend out our replacement schedule, because I just heard that this is going to have a longer life expectancy. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on Article 20, on Article 27? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $140,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a, one-ton utility truck with plow replacement. And to meet said appropriation, the sum of $72,000 be transferred from the Water Enterprise Fund, free cash, and the sum of $48,000 shall be transferred from Sewer Enterprise Fund, cash, and $20,000 from Water Enterprise revenues. Voting is open. Okay, 5 more seconds. And the voting is closed. Article 27 passes. Article 28, CIP DPW sewer inflow and infiltration mitigation.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $380,000 to perform the third year of inflow and infiltration elimination from the sanitary sewer system, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $372,399 be transferred from sewer enterprise free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024, and $7,601 be transferred from sewer premium reserve for expenditure in fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
This request is to continue the implementation of our operations and maintenance plan to mitigate inflow and infiltration, or I&I, into the town's sanitary sewer system. Inflow is from stormwater making its way into manhole covers. Infiltration is from groundwater seeping into the sewer system through loose pipes and connections and cracks in the manholes or other small openings. Inflow is also from illicit connections of non-sanitary sewer into the sewer system. Mitigating I&I greatly reduces the volume of, so to speak, clean water that is sent to the wastewater treatment plant for processing. This is required by state law. Mass DEP required that we prepare a I&I elimination program. That was done 6 years ago. It's a 15-year plan. Every year, we investigate and evaluate essentially a 15th of the community's sewer collection system. And every 2 years, we eliminate what we found those prior 2 years. So we evaluate, we eliminate. And we continue down that cycle to remove clean water from entering our wastewater system. That does a couple things. One, it reduces the amount of money we pay to the city of Marlborough for treating our flow because there's less flow entering their treatment plant. And two, it adds capacity to the town's allocation for sanitary sewer. One, it's mandated by DEP, and two, it aids the ratepayers, and three, it provides us more capacity for future development.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 28?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of the article.
And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee on 28?
Financial Planning unanimously recommends approval of Article 28.
Any questions, discussion on Article 28? Yes, over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, Chris Woodcock, 18 Increase Ward Drive. Last night, we heard accolades for our fire department, our police department, our school departments, and all incredibly well-deserved. Since last night, a number of articles, and I think every article so far tonight has involved the Department of Public Works, and I would just like to give props to an amazing Public Works department that we have here in Northborough. I don't know if people realize I don't know if the citizens of this town realize the breadth of the activities that our Department of Public Works does. Clearly, water, sewer, roads, we all see those. We see parks. But I don't know if we all know that our DPW director also is taking care of our trash collection in recent years. The dog park that we're recently constructing, and all the negotiations that are going on with Marlborough with that. White Cliffs, he's tasked with that too. And I just wanted to recognize the amazing work our Department of Public Works does. That said, I also want to speak strongly in favor of this article. This is going to reduce the amount of clean water that leaks into the pipes that doesn't need to be there, but we end up paying Marlborough for. So the more we can pull out, the cheaper it's going to be for our sewer customers.
Any other questions, concerns, discussion about Article 28? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $380,000 to perform the third year of inflow and infiltration elimination from the sanitary sewer system, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $372,399 be transferred from sewer enterprise free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024, and $7,601 be transferred from sewer premium reserve for expenditure in fiscal year 2024. The vote is open. Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 28 passes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
The DPW director is sitting down. We're coming up on Article 29, CIP for the Peasley Elementary School asbestos encapsulation chimney. Mr. McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town to vote to appropriate the sum of $30,000 for the encapsulation of chimney ductwork at the Marguerite E. Peasley Elementary School, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $30,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. And our superintendent of school, oh, no. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Becky Pellegrino, and I am the Director of Finance for the school district. As part of our 3-year AHERA inspection, it was determined that there were some areas within the Peasley School boiler room that do require encapsulation. This motion or this article would allow the school district to encapsulate those areas. We are working with our specialist on this to make sure that it is all being done in accordance with AHERA guidelines. The amount for this encapsulation would be $30,000, and it would be coming from free cash.
Thank you. May I hear from is there representation from the K through 8 school committee? Your recommendations.
We unanimously approve this article.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 29?
The Appropriations Committee also unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And the Financial Planning Committee, please.
Financial Planning unanimously recommends approval of Article 29.
Thank you. Are there any questions, discussion on Article 29? Hearing none, this is what we are voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $30,000 for the encapsulation of chimney ductwork in the Marguerite E. Peasley Elementary School, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $30,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2024. And the vote is open. 5 more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 29 passes. Article 30, CIP, Melican Middle School, hot water system upgrade.
I move the town vote to appropriate the amount of $30,000 for upgrades to the hot water system at Robert E. Melican Middle School, and to meet said appropriation transfer $30,000 from the surplus balance in Article 28 from the April 2011 annual town meeting for Robert E. Melican Middle School green repairs for expenditure in fiscal year 2024.
Motion has been made and seconded.
Okay, so this article is for the hot water system at Melican Middle School. This system is original to the 1971 construction and does require updating. There is concern that if one of the valves fails, that we would be without hot water throughout the building. And so these funds are actually coming from a 2011 town meeting article for green repairs at Melican Middle School, and the total cost is $30,000.
Thank you. And may I hear from the K through 8 school committee, please?
Unanimously support the approval of this article.
Thank you. And appropriations committee?
Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And financial planning committee?
Financial Planning unanimously recommends approval of Article 30.
Thank you. Any questions, any discussion on Article 30? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $30,000 for upgrades to the hot water system at Robert E. Melican Middle School, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $30,000 from the surplus balance in Article 28 from the April 2011 annual town meeting for Robert E. Melican Middle School green repairs for expenditure in fiscal year 2024. And the vote is open. Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 30 passes. Article 31.
I move the town vote to appropriate the amount of $72,000 for repairs to the pneumatic controls at Robert E. Melican Middle School, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $72,000 from the surplus balance in Article 28 from the April 2011 annual town meeting for Robert E. Melican Middle School green repairs for expenditure in fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
So just like the last article, our pneumatic controls at Melican Middle School are also original to the 1971 construction. Sorry about that. The pneumatic controls do control and moderate the heating units on all 3 floors of the school. There is a recommendation that we would add additional pumps and also replace piping throughout the system. And this would allow for consistent and adequate air pressure throughout the building and would better regulate the heating throughout the school. If you've ever been in Melican on a warm day, the third floor can get very warm. And so it is hoped that by making these adjustments and making these updates, that we will be able to better regulate for the comfort of students and of staff. Again, like the last article, the funding is also coming from the 2011 green repairs allocation, and the cost is a $72,000 cost.
Thank you. May I hear from the K through 8 School Committee, please?
The K through 8 School Committee unanimously supports the approval of this article.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Appropriations Committee, please?
Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Financial Planning unanimously approves, recommends approval of Article 31.
Thank you. Any discussion, question? Oh, there we have one.
Hi, Carter Brannon, 22 Charlotte Drive. I have nothing wrong with the article. Just a question of how much money is in this surplus funds from 2011?
Through the moderator, there's $102,500 left in the article. So these two articles that you're hearing will effectively close out the balance that's left in the 2011 article.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on Article 31? Hearing no questions, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the amount of $72,000 for repairs to the pneumatic controls at Robert E. Melican Middle School, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $72,000 from the surplus balance in Article 28 from the April 2011 annual town meeting for Robert E. Melican Middle School green repairs for expenditures in fiscal year 2024. The vote is open. That's embarrassing, isn't it? Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 31 passes. Article 32, feasibility study for Marguerite E. Peasley Elementary School.
I move that the town of Northborough appropriate the sum of $900,000 for the purpose of paying costs for a feasibility study for the options related to renovating or rebuilding the Marguerite E. Peasley Elementary School at 31 Maple Street, Northborough, Mass., including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and for which the town of Northborough may be eligible for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority. Said amount to be expended under the direction of the Peasley School Building Committee, and to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, shall be authorized to borrow in accordance with the provisions of MGL Chapter 44, Section 7, or any other enabling authority, and the treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, shall be authorized to issue bonds or notes therefore.
Motion has been made and seconded. May we have the presentation, please?
Good evening, Greg Martineau, Superintendent. The Mass School Building Authority is a quasi-independent governmental agency that's sole purpose is to partner with cities and towns on funding large-scale school capital projects. It's funded through 1% of the sales tax that's collected in Massachusetts, and since 2004, MSBA has funded over $17 billion in school projects across the Commonwealth. As you can imagine, this is a very competitive program. There's no shortage of needs for capital projects with schools, and the town of Northborough is no different. We learned in December that Northborough was invited into the eligibility phase of MSBA's core building program. Eligibility phase requires the community to create a Peasley Building Committee, study enrollment, evaluate current conditions, and seek funding for feasibility. We have not yet been invited into feasibility. That is the next phase, and eligibility takes 270 days. That process began on April 1st, and that will end on December 27th of 2024. Unfortunately, it does not line up with town meetings, and hence we are bringing this before the voters this evening for approval to enter into a feasibility study if the town is invited into the next phase, which is feasibility by the MSBA. Feasibility would allow us to hire owner's project manager as well as a designer to really vet all the potential options. So again, the article before you is to fund a feasibility study in the amount of $900,000. The last partnership that the town of Northborough had with the community, with MSBA, was the Lincoln Street School project. The reimbursement rate to the town of Northborough was 53%. So for every $100 that was spent, MSBA reimbursed the town $53, and the town spent $47. So it is a significant partnership that MSBA creates. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Before we have questions, I'd like to ask the Select Board their recommendation on Article 32.
We did, yes.
The Select Board recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Appropriations Committee, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And the Financial Planning Committee?
Financial Planning unanimously recommends approval of Article 32.
Thank you. We have a
Mr. Moderator, Jacob Jones, 106 Green Street. I rise in favor of Article 32 for the reasons stated. I would add the comment that for this capital expenditure that we're going to have in the future, all those on the committee that are appointed to watch over our taxpayer dollars should be thinking about our taxpayer dollars from day one of their appointment on that committee, including establishing reasonable budgets early and often. And I say this emphatically because this is not the process that was done for another capital project we're going to hear more about in October, which is very disappointing. So I ask that that kind of approach be taken for the Peasley School. Thank you.
And over here again.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tristan Besant, 104 Green Street. I strongly support our schools. That's one of the reasons that we moved to town, and I think many people in this room share that same sentiment. And I'm happy to see that Peasley is getting some attention. I have just a couple of questions. So this allows the feasibility study to progress if and when MSBA invites us towards the end of the year?
Correct. At the end of the 270-day eligibility period, MSBA will evaluate all the documents submitted and then determine if it will invite the town into the feasibility phase.
Okay, and what would be the rough, I know it's very early in the process, but the rough timeline when the town would anticipate proceeding into design and then eventually construction?
So feasibility, eligibility is about a year. Feasibility is about a 2-year process. And then construction can last anywhere between 2 to 3 years. So this is a 5 to 6 year journey.
Okay. And the final question is, what other alternate sources of funding were considered for the feasibility portion of it. And I understand that if the project moves forward, MSBA potentially reimburses the town a significant portion. If they choose not to approve our application, and then the town carries the full weight of funding the study, what options has the Appropriations Committee considered?
So I think I'll answer from my perspective. We have not looked at other options without partnering with MSBA. Our experience is that once you are invited into eligibility, if you submit the required documents and do your due diligence, they will move us forward. So I'm pretty confident that, again, with support from the citizens, that we will move into feasibility and it will be subsidized by MSBA.
Okay, thank you.
And again, over here.
Megan Robbins, 100 Weston Terrace. I rise in support of this article. Peasley is the original building, same as when it was built. I was a student at Peasley. I am now an educator at Peasley. Nothing has changed except, our population has become very much extremely diverse. We have students in wheelchairs who cannot access the emergency exits because they are not ADA compliant. We also have, don't have rooms big enough, like conference rooms. We had an issue a few months ago where we didn't have a conference room to have all of the paraprofessionals do a training in because all of the rooms were being used. We also even just simple as the bathrooms are more than inadequate, and we significantly need improvements to the school. And it's time. Again, when I was in elementary school, there was the possibility of voting on it then. It's now 20 years later, and it is definitely time. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Charles Frankian, 125 Howard. I'm not opposed to the article. I just have a question, clarification. This study would create district-wide grades spanning pre-K through grade 2 and 3 through 5, resulting in 2 schools. Are we rebuilding one school, or are we building more schools, or I don't understand the intent of this?
So that is part of the feasibility process, is that all options will need to be explored, including school consolidation, ad reno, a new build. Basically, MSBA requires the building committee to review and vet every option possible so that if this does come before the town for a vote for a project, that the town knows that due diligence was taken. So the answer to your question is it's unknown at this point in time.
Over here, please.
Hi, Jake Ruskowski, 24 School Street. Sorry if I missed a few, I just came in. So I'm just wondering about the $900,000 for a feasibility study. If you average that out for like design hours, say $150 an hour per design professional, that's like 6,000 hours of design time just for feasibility. Where did that number come up for, and is this something that's going out as a request for proposal where a design firm is going to come up with a hard cost of, I get nervous when you just throw out a $900,000 number, because I don't know many people that if they know that number's out there, they're going to say, yeah, it's going to cost $900,000 to do this study. So is it going to be competitively RFP'd to get?
Yes, a great question. We did evaluate current feasibility studies that are being bid and then have been bid. We are also going through a parallel process in the community of Southborough. We allocated a similar amount, and it is a competitive process. We do go through the procurement, and people are interested in this type of work. It might seem like not a lot of money for the feasibility phase and the design, but they're looking at a longer-term partnership and project. And hence, that's typically why you'll see less cost upfront for the design services. But we're pretty confident that this is a feasible amount for this scale of project.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Aaron Hutchins, 91 Brigham. Hi, Mr. Superintendent.
Hello, Mr. Hutchins.
I had the privilege of serving on the town office feasibility study committee recently, and so I just wanted to confirm, because I don't recall, was that set at 100,000? The budget for that? That was 100,000? Okay, so that, I follow the gentleman's question. If we evaluated 4 town properties for 100,000, and again, totally in support of the article, former Panda. In fact, my family won the naming rights of the school. We named it the Pandas. True story. My sister Becky. But anyway, is it necessary for $900,000 where we just did 4 buildings at $100,000 for the feasibility study that I was on?
So again, the $900,000 is for an owner's project manager and also the designer. And again, we've evaluated a number of current projects that are underway that are in design and owner project managers. We've also reached out to other firms that conduct this type of work to make sure that $900,000 was a realistic number, and we did get confirmation. I think it is a realistic price tag for hiring an OPM and designer services. I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions or discussion on, yes, Chairman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to add, there was mention in the motion of a school building committee. That school building committee, the applications for that committee are currently open. As per our charter, all school building committees, all feasibility studies related to building projects are under the town administrator and the select board. If you are interested in serving on the Peaslee School Building Committee that will be part of this feasibility study, please go to the town website under town news, and you'll find a link with the details of how to apply, and the deadline for applications is May 10th. Thank you.
Seeing no more questions or discussion, this is what we're voting on for Article 32. I move that the town of Northborough appropriate the sum of $900,000 for the purpose of paying costs for a feasibility study for the options related to renovating or rebuilding the Marguerite E. Peaslee Elementary School at 31 Maple Street, Northborough, Massachusetts, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and for which the town of Northborough may be eligible for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, said amount to be expended under the direction of the Peaslee School Building Committee, and to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, shall be authorized to borrow in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, 1, or any other enabling authority. And the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, shall be authorized to issue bonds or notes therefore. I want everyone to be aware this is a 2/3 vote because of the borrowing, and the voting is open. Okay, 5 more seconds. And the vote is closed. I declare that Article 32 has passed by the required two-thirds vote. Article 33, lease and power purchase agreement for solar power purchase for roof of Proctor Elementary School.
I move the town vote to transfer the custody, care, and control of the roof of Fannie E. Proctor Elementary School, located at 26 Jefferson Road, from the school committee to the select board for the purpose of lease, and to authorize the select board to lease all or a portion of the roof for a term of 20 years, upon such terms and conditions as are acceptable to the select board, to a solar energy provider for the purposes of constructing, maintaining, and operating a solar facility on the property, and entering into a power purchase agreement with the solar energy provider. And further, to authorize the select board to grant an easement to National Grid to install, maintain, operate, repair, reinstall, or replace any utilities required for interconnection to the solar facility project, and to authorize the select board to take any and all action necessary to accomplish such transactions.
The motion has been made and seconded. Superintendent?
So Articles 33, 34, and 35 speak to leasing of school rooftops. In 2015, the district established a solar feasibility study group, and I will share with you it's been a bright ray of sunshine. That group has done some really amazing work. It identified key buildings where solar would be applicable, and in 2021, we had a proof of concept here at Algonquin Regional High School. Algonquin Regional High School added a solar array and entered into a power purchasing agreement with Select Energy and Power Options. Currently, 25% of Algonquin's energy is from a renewable source. The articles before you speak to adding solar arrays to Lincoln, Proctor, and Z Elementary School through a power purchasing agreement with Power Options and Select. The energy savings at Z, or the percent of current usage met by solar, would be 125% at Z, 80% at Proctor, and 111% at Lincoln Street. Currently, the two solar-ready schools are Lincoln Street Elementary and Proctor. I just want to thank the town for supporting a new roof at Proctor using ARPA funding. Z requires a roof replacement. The Mass School Building Authority also has an accelerated repair program to partner with schools to replace roofs and windows. The district did submit a statement of interest for the Z Elementary roof to be replaced, and we are waiting to hear if we'll be invited into the eligibility phase. So Z is contingent upon a future roof replacement. The benefits of having a power purchasing agreement is there are no upfront costs. It does not require the school district to get into the energy business. It allows us to have a fixed kilowatt price for 20 years. It allows us to enter into a 20 to 25-year power purchasing agreement. The proposal before you is a 20-year agreement. And Power Options acts as an advisor, an advocate, and facilitator. And Select will install, finance, operate, and maintain the system throughout the duration of the lease. And again, it allows entities to participate without having to conduct individual procurement. The state did go through a procurement process, and Power Options and Select was awarded the state contract. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Before we have the questions, I want to ask the K through 8 school committee their recommendation on Article 33.
The K through 8 Northborough School Committee unanimously supports the approval of this warrant.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Appropriations Committee?
At the time of the final report of the Appropriations Committee, we were waiting on some additional information that was provided by the district. Since the report was written, the Appropriations Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. I don't know who came up first.
Ladies first.
Thank you. Patricia Kress, 60 Old Colonial Road, former member of the Northborough School Committee and a member of the Solar Feasibility Study Group, and I just ask for your support for these articles. They will not cost you any taxpayer money, yet they will provide some relief and some savings to the town. Thank you.
And over here?
Bilal Maidan, 15 Edmonds Way. I first want to say that having solar on the roof is like the best investment you can possibly think of. Definitely in support of this article. My concern is over the long term, knowing the solar industry and a lot of the issues that are currently they're dealing with. There have been a lot of companies that have filed for bankruptcy and have had issues with staffing and maintaining, I guess you could say, their ability to provide appropriate maintenance and actually do the work properly. So I guess I just want to make sure as a comment that, you know, the people make sure that the company like Solect, if anything were to happen where the state might have said, oh my God, you guys did it wrong, or you violated the code, or anything like that, what would happen with the lease? What would happen with, you know, this whole investment, basically? That's all. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Hi, Michael Horgan, 17 Reservoir Street. Just a question. It sounds like the lease is for 20 years, I believe, is what you said. So we're going to grant an easement to National Grid. How long does that easement expire after 20 years, or is that in perpetuity? Will that restrict what we can do with that land if something came up in 20 years, we build a school, whatever? Does that go beyond the lease arrangement?
No, so that parallels the agreement with Power Options and Select, so it's a 20-year easement.
Over here, please.
Jeff Amberson, 260 Green Street. Just a quick question. Who carries the liability for the equipment that is on the roof? You know, if something goes wrong and, you know, there's damage to the building or whatever. Thank you.
Yeah, so that is all carried by Select and as part of the power purchasing agreement, as well as NSTAR. There are, you know, there is a pretty thorough contract that is involved that is also vetted by town council, school council, to make sure that, you know, we have an understanding of what commitment we're making.
Over here, please.
Richard Niebuhr, 62 Whitney Street. I just have a question. I don't know if I didn't catch it earlier, but it's generally recommended when you put solar on your roof that you replace your roof at the same time. Who is going to pay for the replacement of the roof before the solar panel goes on?
So at Z Elementary, we will need to determine that. This will allow us to add solar once a roof replacement takes place. I think that needs to be a different and separate discussion. Right now, we are waiting to hear back from MSBA to see if we will be invited into the eligibility period for a roof replacement at Z Elementary. If we are, then we'll come back to the Select Board and the community and provide more information about the costs and the proposal moving forward.
Over here, please.
Stephanie Sullivan, 4 Assabet Drive. Two questions. One is, in Article 33, it mentions a $10,000 savings, and the other ones it mentions $10,000 or $15,000 per year. Is this one also supposed to be per year?
Correct. So we are anticipating over the lifetime of the lease, saving approximately $1.8 million to $2 million in energy costs.
And at the end of the lease, what does the ownership of the panels in the system revert to the town?
There is a interval options for the town to purchase the solar array. If the town does not decide to purchase at any of those intervals, the solar panels are removed by the Power Options and Select, and they will remove those at their cost.
Okay, it is very common for leased solar panel purchases to revert to the property owner at the end of a lease, so I suggest you may want to look at that option. Thank you.
Over here again, please.
Edward Reese, 320 Howard Street. I just want to know, what's the time frame for these improvements, and would there be any impact on the Northborough Rec summer programs?
Yes, a great question. So the Proctor and Lincoln roofs are solar ready. So it's a matter of engaging with the select board, select and power options, and moving the project forward. I will share that the solar array at Algonquin took approximately 3 months to install. The company did an excellent job, did not disturb any programs that were happening at Algonquin. And once all of the panels were placed on the roof, it was really just accessing the roof, and it really was no disruption to services. So I do not anticipate recreation, any summer programs to be impacted by a summer project.
Thank you.
Over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, Jacob Jones, 106 Green Street. I was prompted by an earlier question about roofs. I recently put solar on my roof, put a new roof. I heard that's the recommended thing to do, and I heard the information about the Z School, but I didn't hear the information about the other two schools. And my question is, who has certified, if anyone, that those other two roofs will not need repair work in the next 20 years during the duration of this lease? And if that hasn't been done, have we figured out what's the added cost to any roof repairs over the 20 years of the lease that's going to be caused by the extra cost of repairing a roof that has solar panels on it, which I understand to be a significant additional cost that could easily eat up the $10,000 a year that we're potentially saving? Thank you.
Sure. So Lincoln Street Elementary School is the newest facility in the school assets that has a new roof that has a 35 to 40-year lifespan. So that is well within kind of the scope of a 20-year lease where the roof would not need to be replaced. Again, Proctor Elementary School just completed a roof replacement. We are actually wrapping that up as we speak. So that is a brand new roof. Again, a 35 to 40-year lifespan of that roof. So the roofs are new and solar ready. Additionally, the lease agreement does speak to the solar company and power options having to remove the solar panels for any new roof repairs or concerns that we have. That is a once in the 20-year period that we could request that at no cost to us.
Jean Cahill, 1 Thayer Street. I would just like to introduce at this time the possibility of the town, not the school district, but of the town procuring a solar array comparable to the one at the high school. We are getting the benefit of $10,000 a year or so from the PPA agreements. But if we were to own those panels, and if we were to take advantage of the 30% payback that nonprofits are now eligible for, just the way that a taxed individual or business is eligible for tax credits, now nonprofits can get a 30% contribution from the government, from the federal government, through the IRA toward that project. So a $1 million installation, the town could only pay $700,000 for. We could be earning about $100,000 a year on that same array that the high school earns $10,000 or $20,000 a year on. So by owning the array, we would get much more benefit. We would actually get a 14% return on investment. If we spent ARPA money buying such an array, putting it on the DPW roof or another municipal building, we would actually be making money from ARPA, and we would be accelerating all of our climate goals. So thank you.
Over here, please.
George Pember, 42 Hamilton Road. 2 questions. First of all, just a point of curiosity, why are we giving the authority to the selectmen as opposed to retaining it in the school committee?
So I believe MGL requires the select board to approve leases up to 30 years of town assets. schools are considered town assets and therefore require the select board to approve the lease.
Okay. And then the second question is, we're doing this at 3 of the elementary schools. May I assume that the reason we're not considering Peasley at this point in time is because of the fact that there are going to be major renovations there, and we have to do the renovations first before we can do it there?
Correct.
And how about the middle school?
So we did do an assessment of Melican Middle School. They did recommend canopies at Melican. Canopies are more expensive to install. The return on investment is not as great, and they do impact the overall look of a neighborhood and schools. So we decided just to pause, move forward with these projects, and then revisit Peasley and Melican in the future.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Moderator, just a point of order. Is there any way that we can streamline these 3 articles into one consolidated vote? As much as we love to hear you read these things, I'm just wondering if we can move through them, since they're all identical.
I was planning to answer all the questions again 3 times, so I'd appreciate if we didn't have to do that.
Well, I think we are going to try to streamline this. Hallelujah. My voice thanks you for that as well. This is how we're going to do it. If I could have a motion to combine the 3 articles. And
I move to combine the 3 articles.
okay, motion has been made and seconded. We do need to vote on that, okay? So this is, we're putting this one vote together on the fly. Simple majority.
That's 33, 34, 35.
Correct. We're set to go?
No.
Okay. First I'll ask, is there any discussion on that? There's discussion over here, yes.
Excuse me. Charles Frankian, 125 Howard Street. I guess I have no problem with combining the motion for Lincoln Street and the Peasley School, but when you get to the Z School, we've got a whole nother issue of a roof that nobody knows anything about costs or if it needs to be done when or any of that. I would move to amend the motion to eliminate Z School.
I'll accept the friendly amendment to combine 33 and 34 only, if it moves us forward.
Is there a second on the amendment? Motion to amend has been seconded. You wish to make a comment?
Yeah, just a general comment. So Mass School Building Authority is looking for communities that have solar-ready projects as it considers inviting towns into its accelerated repair program. So the purpose of adding Z to the Z Solar was to, again, demonstrate to the MSBA that if a roof is replaced, it will be a roof able for solar.
What we have on the floor right now is there's been a motion to amend the First Amendment, and that is that we are going to combine Articles 33 and 34 and consider Article 35 separately. Have I portrayed that correctly? Okay. So we've had some discussion. Any other discussion on the amendment to amend the First Amendment? Hearing none, are we ready to? There's a motion to combine Articles 33 and 34, the lease and power agreement, PPA for solar purchase for roof of Proctor and Lincoln Street Elementary Schools. And the vote is open. Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. The motion to amend Articles 33 and 34 be combined has passed. That takes us back to then having the vote on the article, the new amended article that will say whether we accept that the outline of what was in Article 33 and in Article 34. Bear with us just for a second. Okay, this is as amended. The motion to combine Articles 33 and 34, lease and power purchase agreement, PPA, for solar power purchase for the roofs of Proctor and Lincoln Elementary Schools. This is a 2/3 majority.
Point of clarification, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
It says motion to combine articles. I think it should be motion to approve. That's, I think, what we're
Correct,
doing.
correct. You're all correct. Point well taken. It's a lease. But it's an agreement that is legally binding. So the vote has begun with that one correction. That we're voting to accept or not accept the two lease agreements, or two articles on the lease agreements. I'm getting confused.
Yeah, I made the point of clarification. We accepted the clarification.
Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. And the combined article, the combination of Articles 33 and 34 has passed by the required two-thirds vote. Article 35. We talked briefly about that, but there's still a motion associated with that. Is that correct?
Yes. I move the town vote to transfer the custody, care, and control of the roof of Marion E. Z. Elementary School, located at 33 Howard Street, from the school committee to the select board for the purpose of lease, and to authorize the select board to lease all or a portion of the roof for a term of 20 years upon such terms and conditions as are acceptable to the select board to a solar energy provider for the purposes of constructing, maintaining, and operating a solar facility on the property and entering into a power purchase agreement with the solar energy provider. And further, to authorize the select board to grant an easement to National Grid to install, maintain, operate, repair, reinstall, or replace any utilities required for interconnection to the solar facility project, and to authorize the select board to take any and all action necessary to accomplish such transactions.
Motion has been made and seconded. I believe the presentation has already been given. So I will ask the K through 8 school committee to weigh in on this.
K through 8 unanimously supports the approval of this amendment.
Okay, and may I hear from the appropriations committee, please?
With the additional information, the Appropriations Committee also recommends unanimously approval of this article.
Mr. Frankie.
The reason I asked that this one be separated is because of the roof issue. I understand solar is, I live a half a mile from the school, so I know it very well. I pass it multiple times, and my 2 kids went there. But how much is a new roof going to cost us versus the savings in the solar areas? Is somebody taking a look at that? Is it cost effective to do that now, or does the roof have a much longer lifespan?
So I can share with you that the school district does have a 7-year capital plan and evaluates all key infrastructure. The plan does identify the Z Elementary School as needing a new roof. We did have an engineer come out and evaluate the roof and create a conditions report for us. Regardless of the solar project, the roof will need to be replaced in the next 2 to 3 years. So that is information that we haven't shared with the community yet. We don't have all of the data and information, but we do know based on the roof assessment that it does need to be replaced within the next 2 to 3 years.
Over here, please.
Bryce McKnight, 9 Longfellow Road. I rise in support of this motion. There's nothing about this motion that locks us into any financial agreements and allows us to present to the MSBA that we are serious about including solar on our schools and could potentially accelerate a contribution to the roof repair needed at Z Elementary School, which would then just bring another motion for us to approve the select board to assign to have the right to the lease. So I just hope folks consider that as we don't have another article for next year.
Any other questions or discussion on Article 35? I'm sorry. Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to transfer the custody, care, and control of the roof of Marion E. Z. Elementary School, located at 33 Howard Street, from the school committee to the select board for the purpose of lease and to authorize the select board to lease all or a portion of the roof for a term of 20 years upon such terms and conditions as are acceptable to the select board, to a solar energy provider for the purpose of constructing, maintaining, and operating a solar facility on the property and entering into a power purchase agreement with the solar energy provider, and further, to authorize the Select Board to grant an easement to National Grid to install, maintain, operate, repair, reinstall, or replace any utilities required for interconnection to the solar facility project, and to authorize the Select Board to take any and all action necessary to accomplish such transaction. The vote obviously is open. And Mr. Hutchins, I'll try to read faster, okay?
Thank you, sir.
5 more seconds. And the vote is closed. I declare that Article 35 has passed by the required 2/3 vote. Article 36, Consolidated Personnel Bylaws.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to amend the Consolidated Personnel Bylaw as reflected in the supplemental handout entitled Article 36, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw Amendments, 2024 Annual Town Meeting, and to authorize and approve payment of FY 2025 wage increases pursuant to Section 1-64-040 parentheses H, parentheses 1 of the Personnel Bylaw.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation will be by Diane Wackel, our Assistant Town Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes. Okay, I'm Diane Wackel, Assistant Town Administrator. As you may know, Articles 37 and 38 of the town meeting warrant will ask voters to consider the proposed amendment to the town code for the creation of a Health and Human Services Department, and to reorganize the Health and Inspection Division into an Inspection Services Division. The proposed amendments to the Consolidated Personnel Bylaw before you this evening were received and approved by the Personnel Board in open meetings on April 10th and April 18th. A supplemental handout for this article is posted on the town website and is available to voters at check-in both last night and this evening. The amendments consist of the following: the classification of the following positions in Section 1-64-340, Schedule A of the Personnel Bylaw: Health and Human Services Director, Shared Services Coordinator, Community Outreach Worker, Regional Epidemiologist, Regional Public Health Nurse, Social Worker, Sanitarian, and an Assistant Library Director. These positions were developed and rated in accordance with the classification manual provided by the Collins Center for Public Management as part of the town's updated classification and compensation plan conducted in 2021. The Health and Human Services positions are necessary in the event that the Health and Human Services Department is created under Articles 37 and 38. I'll note that there are other positions included in the classification plan that are currently vacant and simply serve as a placeholder if a need for that service arises. For example, a recreation program supervisor and a human resource director. The assistant library director position is included as this full-time position was approved last night as part of the fiscal 2025 municipal operating budget. The Consolidated Personnel Bylaw Amendment also includes the adoption of the general compensation scale in Section 1-64-350, Schedule B of the Personnel Bylaw. The proposed change represents a 2% increase in compensation rates for non-union municipal employee positions effective July 1, 2024. The proposed increase is consistent with the average increase of the town's collective bargaining units for fiscal 2025 as required by the personnel bylaw. Lastly, the amendment includes the adoption of the miscellaneous compensation scale in Schedule 1-64-360, Schedule D of the personnel bylaw, which sets the pay rate ranges for seasonal staff primarily employed in the summer months by the DPW department and the recreation department. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Before we have questions, may I hear from the Personnel Board, please?
Mr. Moderator, we unanimously approve these changes.
Thank you. Are there any questions, discussion, debate on Article 36?
No one's going to ask what an epidemiologist does?
Over here, please.
GKL 1 Thayer Street. I was actually going to ask about the epidemiologist because now that COVID is over, I'm curious as to why we have a permanent epidemiologist on staff. Thank you.
All right, per the job description, primarily responsible for conducting epidemiological data analysis, visualization, and communication to support the region's public health efforts. This includes managing surveillance efforts, investigating disease outbreaks, analyzing public health data, and providing data-driven insights for public health decision-making and messaging.
Mr. Hutchins.
Thank you, sir. I just want to clarify what I think I heard you say, Diane. When the budget was passed, these positions were funded, is that correct?
Yes.
So in the event, if the voters determine on any of these articles not to approve, what happens to the monies allocated to these positions?
It will stay to manage the department as it is.
Okay. And then I know I had one other question, but I'm drawing a blank. So I will withdraw my blank. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion on Article 36? Oh. The blank is gone.
The blank is back, I guess, it's been filled. If we approve, what is this, 36?
Yes.
If we approve 36, the creation of these positions, doesn't that affect the subsequent articles where we're voting to actually create these positions? That's my question. Maybe it's for town council.
Mr. Moderator, Tim McInerney, Town Administrator. If this article passes and the next two fail, they just simply will not be a department for those positions to exist in. So they would be almost null and void. And I know it's kind of a chicken or egg scenario. We had to do one before the other. So we went with the positions first and then talk about the creation of the department next.
And they'll exist within the classification plan. Like I said, we do have other positions that are not currently filled. A human resources director is one.
Hi, Pam San Clemente, 176 West Street. I'd just like a little further information on the epidemiologist part. So I understand the description of it, but how does that information affect how the health department functions? What do you do with that information going forward?
I wonder if that might be better answered. Oh, here she comes. Our epidemiologist. This is Isabella Caruso.
Hi, everyone. My name is Isabella Caruso, and I am the regional epidemiologist. So my position is paid through a grant, and we analyze town and region data to decide on strategic grant-funded projects. So this may, include Lyme disease, skin cancer, all of these different projects. So this is a a new initiative of the state, and that's why we have grant for this position, grant funding. So it's 100% paid through the state grant. Any other questions?
Yes, over here.
I'm sorry, I wasn't really looking to know how it was funded, but thank you, I appreciate that. But just, how does that like change how how it's performed in the community? So you hear people have Lyme disease, like, what does that mean?
Yes, so to use funds, we should really be using data-driven topics and identities. So we shouldn't be spending money on a project if we don't have data to support that, and that is my position.
Any other questions or discussion on Article 36? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend the consolidated personnel bylaw as reflected in the supplemental handout entitled Article 36 Consolidated Personnel Bylaw Amendments, 2024. Annual town meeting, and to authorize and approve payment of FY 2025 wage increases pursuant to Section 1-64-040HI of the Personnel Bylaw. The voting is open. Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 36 passes. Article 37, Amendment to Town Code, Chapter I-40, Human Services Division, Sections I-40-010 and I-40-030, I-40-050, and new proposal, Section I-40-060.
Mr. Moderator, following the earlier suggestion by Mr. Hutchins, since Articles 37 and 38 are intertwined, I make a motion to combine Articles 37 and 38.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion that we have as far as questions about combining the two? Does anyone here have any questions about that? Hearing none, this is what we're going to be voting on. We're voting on combining the two, Article 37 and Article 38. And if that is favorable to the body, then we will then go forward on that as one vote after the fact. The vote is open. Five seconds remaining. And the vote is closed. The motion to combine Articles 37 and 38 passes. Now we will go to the combined articles. Is there a presentation?
Hello and good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To deal with the document that's before you, Town Council had some questions and comments relative to breaking the article out for the ease of the public to read. So the strike-through is obviously the deletions and the additions are underscored in that document. So we're not going to walk through those because you all have those in front of you. I will tell you that from the website, you can see that in 1976, the Family Youth Services Division was created, and in order to respond and identify needs of human services in the community. It was supposed to, and they did, collaborate with town departments and maximize. Did I miss something? No, sorry. Write that down. There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you. In December 2022, the town contracted with the Collins Center for Public Management to conduct a review of the overall structure of the Family Youth Services Department. And the former Assistant Town Administrator, not Diane, but Rebecca, on May 1st sent a memo to the board, May 1st, 2023, outlining the recommendations from that report. The Collins Center noted that the data for the department was sparse and recommended a strategic study be done to determine what organizational structure should be made of that department. At that time, that report recommended no additional staff be hired, and I believe that's why we've been in a holding pattern for so long. We had a second study that happened after this with went to Collins Center first, and then we just went through a process with CMRPC, which is the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission. When I walked in the door in December, it was recommended to me by both Kristen Black and by Mike Gallagher to pursue a second study to strategically look at this department and how it should be formulated. So they did that, and the methodology they used, they looked at survey data. They did a town-wide survey, which was, I think, conducted in February. They talked to a number of stakeholders. They read documents and annual town reports and other reports. They obviously talked to staff, and they talked to at least 22 other stakeholders. So when we had that contract, we had in mind this town meeting, because this department has been empty for a year and a half. And right now, we do have one part-time person triaging calls. So if you call, we'll get the message, and then it'll be sent to someone on the Board of Health, mostly Isabella, will decide how to triage that call. It's not the optimal way to run a department. But when you have vacancies at high-level staff positions, that's the time you do the study and figure out what the best option moving forward would be. And that's what CMRPC did for us. This is the budget document, and it's only important for two reasons. The Family Youth Services budget is $184,000, and the Health Department budget is $215,000. We're keeping those exactly the same if we merge this department into one. So we're taking, hopefully, the Board of Health, or the Department of Public Health, and Family Youth Services, and merging it into one Health and Human Services Department to provide the essential services that we currently provide, and enhanced services, and leveraging the grants that the Board of Health enjoys today, which I'll talk to you in a minute about. I think it's important to note that the spending for the Department of Public Health is 0.25% of the entire budget, which for Northborough, you allocate $13.69 per capita for health services, where the state average is $16.72 per capita. Because of the expertise and the staff, certainly with Isabella, but before her, Kristen Black, all the work that she did to leverage grant funds, those grant funds are a regional-based grant fund, long-term, over a 10-year period. We've been told by the state will be continued funding, total $755,000. So you have budgeted in the general fund for health services $215,000, but you spend over $1 million on public health services regionally. This is the department today, if you will. You have the Select Board, the Board of Health, the Youth Commission. None of those things change under this proposal. You still have a youth commission, you still have a board of health. As I said, the health director position's been vacant since December. Isabella's been serving in that role. And the vacancy in the Youth and Services Department has been well over a year. And that we had no other interest in a counseling position that was part-time and advertised for over 2 years. We didn't even get an application, from what I understand. So this just shows you the current, just with town funds. And then this is the current organization. Again, the Family Youth Services hasn't moved much, but you can see that there's been growth because of those grants under these green boxes that are outlined here. And then when I get to the end, this is what we hope to, well, that shared service coordinator popped in because that is a grant-funded position as well. And then there's one other position that's important. It's the Drug-Free Communities Coordinator, which is a federally funded grant, which I believe it was initiated with Kristen Black, and we still have that program today. This is what the HHS model would look like and how it would break out the funding. I cannot see the screen as well as I thought I could, so I will just tell you that what's in green is obviously funded by grants, and then what's in yellow is mostly town funding, not any additional than what was voted earlier yesterday evening. We do have some opioid money that was settlement money that we can use to fund the outreach worker position, and that's what this denotes. This conclusion is not my conclusion. These conclusions are what was made up from the presentation of the consultant at CMRPC. But I will tell you that in consolidating the services under one director who can manage staff, coordinate public health initiatives, consistent with state standards, because Family Youth Services doesn't have a standard model or a code of ethics or anything like that. They certainly are professional and they try to provide services, but Board of Health and health districts have models modeled after the state of Massachusetts general laws. So there's a bar or a benchmark, if you will, that they would adhere to. So public health initiatives consistent with the state standards and be a resource for other departments and manage grants is the goal. The social worker that we had rolling through this will do just that. They'll help with referrals and case management. The outreach worker will identify needs and build programs across and within departments. And that was one of the pieces that it was important to me. When I got here and I started to create these budgets, every department was doing some piece of social service work. Whether it was hoarding with the fire department and they needed a resource, whether it was public health or the senior center, we had to triage all those things. To have a coordinated effort and have one place to go is going to be a huge benefit for the town overall. So with that, I know that there's a couple recommendations from a couple different boards, and I will certainly entertain questions.
Thank you. At this particular time, I'd like to hear from the Select Board as far as their recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Select Board, in joint with the Board of Health, held a public hearing to discuss and hear public input on this proposal. We discovered during that process that the existing model had a couple of deficiencies, primarily on the human services side, that there were 2 positions, one full-time that was both management and direct service contact, and then a part-time person that was all service contact with people. That part-time position had been vacant for an extended period of time, and the management position had been vacant for quite a while. This new model, for the same amount of money, turns both of those positions into full-time direct contact positions to directly help the community that needs help, particularly on the human services side, and provides some structural cleanup on the health side. And with that, the Select Board recommend approval of this article. Thank you.
And do we have someone here from the Board of Health that can?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Lisa Johnson, and I am here to represent the Board of Health. I'm sorry my colleagues couldn't join me tonight. But I would like to read this letter on the board's behalf. The Northborough Board of Health supports town articles number 37 and 38 to reorganize our health department and family youth services into one consolidated Health and Human Services Department. This strategic move is intended to strengthen our town's capabilities in delivering critical public health and human services efficiently and effectively without increasing the town's annual budget. Articles 37 and 38 highlight notable overlaps in the initiatives of the current Health Department and Family Youth Services Department, particularly in the areas like mental health and substance use prevention. This reorganization is designed to reduce redundancies, increase capacity for innovative programs, improve essential collaboration across departments, and close critical service gaps. The ultimate goal is to provide a more coherent and effective delivery of services to our community. Unifying the health department with family youth services is an evidence-based approach to improving our community's public health and human services infrastructure. The Health and Human Services model will create a cohesive, healthier, and more resilient Northborough. The Board of Health encourages all residents to support Articles number 37 and 38 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion, or debate on Articles 37 or 38? Over here, please.
Sherry Clark, 6 River Street. I was on the Youth Family Service Commission for 3+ years, and if you went to any of the town forums regarding ARPA money, you probably heard me talk very passionately about supporting our youth family service position. I am 100% in favor of this combination. I was able to speak with the gentleman, and I'm terrible with names, so I forget his name, but in the second agency that came in to do this assessment, and everything I was expressing to him has pretty much come up in what you're now seeing. All of the wonderful extras that I think the department will benefit in terms of collaboration between different departments, having an extra set of hands when they want to run programs, and just a much bigger umbrella to encompass our youth and family in town. The only thing that I would say, and it's because I will continue to speak up about our services in town, my one request that did not get on here that I hope maybe the town will consider for next year, we spend so much in infrastructure, which is wonderful, but my one request was having a managerial position for each on the health side and on the human services side. I find them to be very different in the way case management is handled, and so that's my one hope going forward, is that those two positions might be created to even enhance this further in the coming years. But I have to say, I think this is a reinvigoration of this department for the town, and I really look forward hoping it passes and what they will do for services for everybody.
Over here, please.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. Carrie Wolf, 34 Hamilton Road. I am going to be joining the Youth Commission, so thank you for your previous service, and thank you all for getting me my notice last week. I reviewed the proposal pretty significantly, and I was struck by a couple of things, and so I'm rising in support in the end. Really what stood out to me were a couple of things around the noted redundancies and the confusion around responsibilities, as well as, to the point of the town administrator, the significant gaps in positions and how hard it's been to recruit. I come from a professional background that is focused on basic needs and children's clothing specifically, and I am used to working with these integrated departments, in part because we cannot separate out facets of children's lives or families' lives. And so to me, I was really surprised at how our current structure actually doesn't really match what I see across the state. And so hearing that staff are also struggling with that has me coming to you today, really recommending this as well. I see that the alignment with future forward thinking around grants and around what we can do with that more clean and streamlined processes within the department. I'm really excited to see where that goes, and I really just want to recognize all the hard work that between the Youth and Family Services and the Board of Health and then the Health Department have done nonetheless, because it sounds like it's been a really confusing structure to work with. So thank you all, and I do hope that we will support it tonight.
Over here, please.
Mary Ellen Duggan, 47 Fisher Street. I am going to read a statement of support from the Be Well Northborough Working Group, which consists of Police Chief Brian Griffin, Police Chief Parenti, Recreation Director Allie Lane, Library Director Jennifer Bruno, Senior Center Director Kendra Faldetta, and myself from the Public School System, Mary Ellen Duggan. The Be Well Northborough Working Group recognizes the potential transformative impact of combining our Family and Youth Services Department with the Health Department to form a unified Health and Human Services Division. We believe that the proposed model represents a proactive step towards enhancing the effectiveness, efficiency, and scope of services provided to our residents in the following ways. The approach recognizes the interconnectedness of physical and mental health and takes a proactive, holistic approach to the well-being of all of Northborough's residents. The residents and town departments will be at the heart of this transformation, benefiting from a single point of contact for a wide range of services and support. This streamlined approach will reduce confusion and ensure that help can quickly be provided to those who need it, emphasizing our commitment to everyone's well-being. Combining resources from both departments enables better coordination and utilization of staff, facilities, and available funds. This allows for a better allocation of resources that addresses the needs of our community, such as creating a full-time social worker position. The combined model would foster a culture of collaboration and communication, allowing for additional programming and outreach. This inclusive approach will lead to a stronger network of staff with shared goals, working together to develop innovative solutions to better meet the needs of our community, making them an integral part of our journey. By addressing underlying social determinants of health and providing more comprehensive support services, the Health and Human Services Division benefits our most vulnerable residents, helping to break the cycle of poverty, improve educational outcomes, and promote long-term success. In conclusion, we firmly believe that the creation of the proposed Health and Human Services Division, outlined in Articles 37 and 38, represents a forward-thinking approach to addressing our community's complex physical and mental health and wellness needs. This strategic consolidation will empower us to serve our residents better, promote health equity, and build a stronger, more resilient community for generations.
Any other comments or discussion on the combining and voting on the combined Articles 37 and 38? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move to amend the Northborough Town Code as provided in Articles 37 and Article 38 of the warrant. The vote is open now. Five more seconds. And the vote is closed. The amendment that combines Articles 37 and 38 has passed. Article 39, authorization of fund spaces for public parking. I should say authorization to fund spaces for public parking. Chair Cohen?
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $10,000 for the purpose of leasing land along Route 20 for public parking.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. And our town administrator?
I have no notes, I have no presentation. The Master Plan Implementation Committee did a study to revitalize downtown. You have 555 parking spots in the downtown area, 144 are public. As this gets developed, we'll need more public parking. So my idea with this article was to ask for, and it's in the budget, but I need your approval to be able to go out to bid to see if there is privately owned land that we can convert for parking purposes to continue the master plan implementation. It's one prong of economic development strategy along with public transportation, which I'm working on, separate issue. But that's what this article will do. It'll allow me to go out to bid to see if there's some private land within that master plan improvement district that can be used for public parking.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee with their recommendation?
The Appropriations Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this article.
And may I hear from the Select Board with their recommendation?
The Select Board recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion, questions on Article 39?
Richard Niebuhr, 62 Whitney Street. I was just wondering, do we have an idea of where this parking will be, how many vehicles it will support, and more importantly, this $10,000 lease, is that lease in perpetuity, or is this something that will be paid every year?
Because I have to procure the service and get a lease, I have to come back to the body to ask that question for that long-term lease. Just like when we talked about the PPA agreements for the school and leasing the roof. This is just the appropriation that'll, have some credibility for me to put an RFP on the street, so to speak, to see what parking would be available. So there's a lot I don't know, but I'm not going to obviously spend the $10,000 until we have a lease that gets approved, and I'll be coming back to the body to ask that question, but I can't even go out to bid without an appropriation.
Over here.
Rick Leaf, 30 Wiles Farm Road. I'm chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. We ran a number of sessions before we completed a plan for the revitalization of the downtown, public sessions, where there was a lot of input from people in the community that for the downtown to become more viable, that parking was an issue that was going to need to be addressed. The plan specifies a number of different ways to do that as far as development of new parking, which will take a while to do, but in the meantime, if Tim has the ability to work with private landowners in town, in the downtown area to get some additional parking spaces allocated in the short term, that would certainly help our efforts. So I'd recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Ed Reese, 320 Howard Street. Do I understand correctly that although the article says that this $10,000 is to lease land for public parking, it's actually to investigate whether we can lease land for public parking?
No, it'll be to actually lease the land, but again, I need to have a straight face test, if you will, to go out to that corridor of landowners to put something on the street to say we're serious about public parking in this particular corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Over here, please.
Jake Ruskowski, 24 School Street. I just wanted to find out, is there some sort of recusal mechanism so that anybody that was involved or has property in downtown that serves on a board or committee is not eligible to then go out and ask for these funds? Like if, let's say that like somebody on the selectmen had two pieces of property, and are they still eligible to request reimbursement for the?
The model, Mr. Moderator, what I envision doing in the coming weeks is to put together a proposal that'll go out to all landowners in this area, and they can submit proposals to tell me how much land they can give. It could be a church parking lot, it could be a business that's underutilized that has extra parking, that we could then lease that space and designate it as public parking.
But let's say somebody that was involved in a decision process, like if somebody was on the downtown committee and they owned property in downtown, and they put forward this motion, they could still stand to benefit.
Well, the motion or take part in the RFP process?
To obtain a portion of the financing of that $10,000, because is that, am I understanding that correctly, is that people with property in this area could get a portion of the $10,000 for donating their, or signing?
They could, if we entered into a lease, they could. They would have to probably do some type of disclosure with the
That's
state.
what, yes, but there would be a disclosure mechanism.
I think there has to be under the state rules.
Okay, and then as far as like legal liability, if the town leases these properties and somebody's car gets broken into, who's like, is the town on hook for this if somebody?
Municipals have a limited liability anyway, so whatever we have now for municipal parking, our general insurance policy would cover what it covers under whatever the state allows us to be sued for, if you will, but we do have limited liability.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussions on Article 39?
Mr. Town Administrator, I'm going to circle back to a previous comment. It sounds like this is a feasibility study. And whereas we don't have a lot of information on this, it's difficult for me. I mean, look, in the grand scheme of $50 million, $10,000 is not a huge thing, but nonetheless, I'm not clear on how this is going to operate. So perhaps it's premature. I don't understand, as you're discussing, how this is going to materialize. Are you going to approach people? Where even is this land that you're going to be investigating? Does it go from where the current town building is now all the way through the downtown? Is it going to be limited to a particular parcel along that way? I feel like maybe we need a little bit more information in order to support you in this.
It's the corridor between, I don't know the end of the street, but to the left of Harvey, I think that's the end of the improvement district, all the way down past Dunkin' Donuts. I think that's our area that we're looking at. So it's in that quadrant, if you will. So I'd go out to bid publicly through the procurement process. I'd have to give notice. And of course, this would be a catalyst for that. People would submit proposals. Depending on what I get back, I really envision coming back to this body in the fall for approval to enter into that lease.
But if you are coming back in the fall, then is the $10,000 going to be spent in the meantime?
No, I couldn't because I don't have approval for the lease from this body.
Yes, Mr. Leaf.
Yeah, just to clarify, Rick Leaf again, 30 Wiles Farm Road. The area that was defined as the downtown area in the study went from River Street to Monument Drive from east to west, and it went from Pierce Street to Gale Street from north to south. That general area is kind of the area defined as the downtown study area that was considered by the consultant and reviewed at the public meetings with the residents.
Yes.
Eric Martin, 32 Weston Terrace. Just to clarify, Mr. Manager, this is pretty much akin to like a pre-authorization letter. When you go to get a mortgage, you can kind of show up with a piece of paper that says, "I have $10,000 that allows me to lease this property from you." Is that correct?
I think it's a letter of seriousness to the district, to the area we're considering.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir.
Any other questions on Article 39? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $10,000 for the purpose of leasing land along Route 20 for public parking. And the voting is open. 5 more seconds. And the voting is closed. Article 39 passes. Article 40, Community Preservation Fund, acquisition of 432 Whitney Street.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $817,653 from the Community Preservation Unreserved Fund, the sum of $664,073 from the Conservation Fund, and the sum of $218,274 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues, for a total of $1,700,000 to the Select Board for the acquisition of the property located at and known as 432 Whitney Street, containing approximately 23.77 acres of land and shown on Northborough Assessor's Map 15 as parcel 22, for open space, passive recreation purposes, and the development of up to 8 affordable low-income dwelling units, and authorize the Select Board to convey any and all restrictions on the property as the Select Board deems appropriate, including, but not limited to, a conservation restriction.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded.
All good to advance. Second each time.
Moderator?
Yes.
It is just about 8:40, and we still have 25 articles left. I was wondering if you would, at this time, entertain some kind of motion to suspend the rules to extend the time of adjournment to, say, 11:30, to try to give us just short of 3 hours to...
Well, let's rehearse that moan one more time. We certainly can do that. I would like to get through this article and then would encourage you to come up again and we can have a discussion about that.
Thank you.
Okay?
We good? Good evening, I'm John Campbell, 29 Spruce Hill Drive, and I'm here representing the Community Preservation Committee. That was a mouthful, but there's a lot to talk about with Article 40. As a means of presenting and supporting our case for Article 40, I want to give you some background on CPA and an update as I try to do every year. The CPA is supported by the 1.5% surcharge on your property taxes, but it's augmented by state matching funds every year. And so far through 2023, Northborough has received over $3.2 million in state matching funds. So congratulations to us for having the foresight to implement CPA in Northborough. Each year, those matching funds augment our reserves, which is part of what we're going to talk about tonight. We come with a budget that starts with $820,000 in estimated new revenue for CPA from the surcharge I just spoke about. And there are other reserves existing of $1,340,577 for a total of $2,160,000 roughly. And actually we have about $2.8 million in reserves because $664,000 is in the Conservation Fund in open space dedicated money that this body voted into the Conservation Fund in previous town meetings. So we really have a full budget from which to work, and that's what makes this article affordable in our opinion. As a reminder, CPA funds must be spent over the 3 core areas of open space, affordable housing, and historical preservation, as well as on recreation projects. I like to put up this slide each year showing what we've achieved and where our money's going each year with CPA. You can see that nearly half of our allocations have gone towards open space and recreation, and that's a good thing in town. You can see all the great projects that we've achieved, everything from the town common to large land parcels and trails that have been developed along it, all of our ball fields, the renovation to Asbestos Park, which is wonderful, pickleball courts, we'll be back to that soon, the senior center trail that's ongoing, and the dog park, thank God. But we're underserving affordable housing, as you can see, and it's something that we need to address, and we'll come back in this presentation. And we're a bit underserved in our historical preservation, with the exception that the majority of this went to the White Cliffs acquisition. So back to Article 40, some background for you. This map, if you can see it, shows where the property is located for those of you who are not totally familiar with it. If you travel up Whitney Street, you really don't see it because the land is mostly to the south of it. The green areas you see on this map are all of the interconnected existing conservation lands that this abuts and could connect to for preserving wildlife habitats, waterways, and also the opportunity for more open space, trails, and other passive recreation activities. Currently, it's undeveloped land, and again, offers a lot of excellent trail walking and scenic vistas. So some facts on the background. The current owner sent a letter of intent to the town to sell the property on December 5th. The buyer, if the town does not acquire it, would be Howland Development Corporation. Their plan is to build a 40,000 to 60,000 square foot building for commercial industrial warehouse purposes and potentially be served by the freight line. It's our understanding that's why it was attractive to this particular buyer. The freight line allows for a possible rail spur in that area. However, this land is in our Chapter 61A program. That's land on which the owner gets a tax break if that owner were to give the town the right of first refusal to match any bona fide offer to buy the land. It's important to remember this is a bona fide purchase and sale. The land will be sold to this corporation for development of the industrial use in that area unless the town buys it with this vote tonight. We must exercise that by May 20th. A professional appraisal has been done and has verified that the value of that land is in fact at $1.7 million. That's a fair value. You should also know that soil testing has already been completed on the property, showing no signs of contamination. Very important consideration. The plan we present tonight is to cover the purchase of the land with our existing CPA revenues and reserves, including the $664 existing in the conservation fund for this purpose that I already mentioned, $218,000 in new revenue, and $817,000 from our unreserved fund. That's the fund where money accumulates that has not yet been allocated to one of the three core areas or not yet voted on at town meeting. That was about $1 million as per the last chart at the time of this town meeting. Another good thing, though, is the Mass DCR, which has a conservation restriction on the abutting land shown in the previous map, about 50 acres, by the way. They are expected to contribute $200,000 to the town, so our cost is reduced. In addition, they're offering to hold the permanent conservation restriction on the land, which cuts our cost in the fees and so on that go along with having a permanent conservation restriction on a property acquired with CPA. It's important to know that anytime you acquire real property with CPA funds, be it land or a building, for instance, it must be covered by a permanent conservation restriction. So the vast majority of this land would be restricted from development by that conservation restriction. The town wants to only maintain the flexibility for a small parcel, probably near the road, where we have the opportunity to potentially develop future housing of the affordable housing nature. There is not a plan to do that yet, but by using the unreserved fund or a portion of it, we maintain that flexibility on a part of the property. But again, the vast majority would be conserved permanently. So the committee deliberated very carefully on this article. Even though the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, Open Space Committee all recommend the purchase, which is important, you know, it's expensive. It seemed expensive to me, but all property is expensive these days. Once the appraisal came back and verified that we're dealing with a fair value and a bona fide offer, we had to figure out, could we afford it with CPA? We were concerned about spending so much of our reserves, but this is the current big thing that those reserves are saved for. So in our opinion, it's affordable. We have all the money in the CPA reserves without any borrowing being necessary, and we still maintain some additional reserves. Plus, remember, we replenish the CPA with recurring revenues next year and state match, which amounts to about $1 million or more each year. So we're not restricting the use of CPA for any opportunities in the future, and there will be some, by voting for this tonight. We heard the argument that by the town acquiring it and not having the other buyer develop it, we're passing on the opportunity for some potential tax revenue. And I understand that. But in our opinion, the opportunity to protect the residents of those neighborhoods right next to that property was far more valuable to maintain a buffer between the industry that exists over there to those residents. We don't know. We have to imagine that the development there would generate noise, train traffic activity, other traffic, and who knows what other unintended consequences. So that has a value, and I think it exceeds what we might gain in additional tax revenue. More importantly, this purchase satisfies goal one, objective one of the master plan and open space recreation plan in the area of open space. It acquires new open space, permanently conserved, that abuts to other conservation land and has the opportunity for connection to other trails, adding to our passive recreation opportunities. We're protecting the waterways and wildlife habitats that are there, and, you know, giving you more opportunity to walk those trails, walk the aqueduct, and so on. So I believe that in the end, it's a decision the town has to take seriously. Again, it's expensive, but the more important part is that this is the benefit that CPA has given the town. We accumulate resources. We have state match, which has averaged over 35% over the course of our having it. So we're getting that return on our money every year, which is quite substantial. And really that match, if you think about it, is paying for this land. So very affordable for the town, does not affect our capital budgets in any other way, and there's no new borrowing involved. So we urge your support, and thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from the Select Board with their recommendation?
The Select Board very much recommends approval of this article.
May I hear from the Appropriations Committee?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee voted in the majority against approval of this article.
And the Financial Planning Committee, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee by a majority voted for recommending approval of this Article 40.
Thank you. Okay. Questions, concerns, debate? Yes, please.
Hi, Michael Horgan, 17 Reservoir Street.
I just want to open it to say that I do not support this article. We heard from the town administrator in last night's meeting on how important it is to maintain our industrial and commercial base, and this does the exact opposite and takes some of that industrial land away from our tax base. On top of that, it's a piece of land that we're letting the current landowner sort of drive the open space policy he entered into 61A. And now he's given us, he has to by law, give us the right of first refusal. I really don't believe that we would have pursued this land if it didn't come to us through 61A, which was sort of a quirk in the current landowner's sort of situation. It's an odd piece of land. It's stuck between the railroad and warehouses already. It's not really a desirable piece of land, in my opinion, to buy for open space. We still have a rail easement that goes through the land. You talked about putting some affordable housing right on the outer edge of that land toward the road, but there is a rail easement there, and so that's going to restrict what we can do in that parcel anyways. We can't build on top of the rail easement, and that easement goes all the way back to all of the other warehouses that are adjacent to this parcel, and that has to be kept open at all times. In my opinion, I think it's expensive not only for the purchase and what it does to our reserves, but also what it does for our potential impact on the tax base, and we'll all be paying more for this for generations to come. So I don't support the passage of this article. Thank you.
Over here.
Edward Reese, 320 Howard Street. First of all, I'd like to say that I very much do support this article. I think it would be great to have that land as a buffer, as you've said. What I would like to ask, though, is you very much carefully avoided naming the current landowner. Considering that we would be giving that person or organization money, could you please divulge who we would be giving this money to?
The landowner gets the money, one way or the other, from
And that
Northborough
landowner
or
is?
from the other buyer. Is it important I name the person? I don't think it's
Then
necessary.
I will just go on the assumption that it is what I've heard, and that is SA Farms. And frankly, SA Farms it does not even deserve the name Farms in their name. We have known for years that guy is using his farm as an illegal dumping ground. We've known for years that he abuses animals that he only takes so that he can claim it's a farm. We've known part of the reason that he's selling this plot of land is because he's been failing to pay taxes on it. So my big questions at the end are, why would we give this guy money? And why are we not kicking him out of town, him and his trucks and his animals and his farm and his garbage? All of it.
I fully understand where you're coming from, and it concerned me too. But the way I justified it is, as I mentioned, he gets the money regardless from the buyer. Again, it's not a question of whether that corporation will buy it. So it's that money or Northborough does it. And by buying it, we maintain control of the land. We protect the property. At the very least, the person that you show disdain for is not also sticking something else closer to your residence that might be also equally distasteful.
I completely agree with that. I completely agree with that last point. My point is, why are we rewarding his bad behavior? Why are we not evicting him from the town? Eminent domain, whatever we have to. Arrest the guy, throw him in jail, and claim his property. I don't care. Get him out of our town. And don't give him our money.
I apologize, that's beyond the scope of the CPA. But I wish that it wasn't.
Is this a point of order? Is this a point of
No, I
order?
wanted to try to answer the question.
I'm going to go over here right now.
Yes, Michael Begley, 14 Moore Circle. I'm actually, Moore Circle is in that Pine Knoll neighborhood, and we have been affected. And most recently, as of October 30th, having cows coming through the neighborhood. But my question I do have for you, in the $1.7 million that we're willing to pay for this property, which I am all in favor of, is that going to be less the $20,000 of the 2020 court order, as well as the not including but not limited to the $82,000 worth of back taxes from 2014 to 2021? And if not, why? Why are we not withholding the funds that he currently does owe us as a town?
It's a separate matter from this article, which only refers to the 432 Whitney property, not the other property owned by that owner, so there's really nothing I can address on that.
Aren't both properties both owned by the same trust?
I don't know the fact on the other property.
I believe 432 and 429 are both owned by the SA Farm Estate or trust, whatever it's called. And if it's one owner, we should be holding the funds that he owes the town back from him. But again, he, like the previous speaker said, he needs to be held accountable for the money that he owes the town. So if people are arguing that we should be making money, well, we should be making the money that is truly owned to us. But I am all in favor of making this purchase. Thank you.
Over here, please.
I'm short. Hi, my name is Heather Bear. I reside at 6 Coolidge Circle, which is also part of the Pine Knoll neighborhood, a community that has been neighborhood that has been directly impacted by the goings-on at 429 Whitney. I endorse the purchase of this land, and for me, it is a lesser of two evils. By no means do I want to reward despicable behavior. However, bottom line, and looking at it without emotion of rewards versus, gains, it's meeting the goal of the master plan, and it is preserving space, that buffer. And if there is one thing that I believe the residents of Northborough have learned from the abattoir debacle, so to speak, is that it is imperative that we maintain the outdoor space, whether it is just air quality. I'm also thinking about the potential if they do use it as a freight stop, looking at noise ordinances. Article 41 is looking at soundproofing for a pickleball court. These are concerns that, in my personal opinion, overreach the wanting to stick it to the bad guy sense. I mean, and I'm right there. I'm not pleased that they would benefit financially from this. However, I feel that if we adhere to that mindset, that in the long run, we wind up punishing ourselves and punishing our children. So I highly endorse the purchase of this land from that perspective. Thank you.
Over here.
Mike Volcano, 57 Moore Lane. Can someone tell me the tax revenue based on the warehouses that were going to be sold or be built there that we would be getting?
I don't have that figure readily available.
Really?
86,000.
Sure. So you don't know. Now I'm having people tell me here it's 85,000. So you don't know that? I find that a little.
Wait. We already had the town administrator say that he could give you some information.
Great.
Sorry. Jason Little, I'm the finance director. We have looked at the potential value for, if this were developed per the notice of intent from the potential buyer, and the values would range somewhere between $5.6 million of value to $8.4 million, and that's a range of maybe $80,000 to $120,000 of tax revenue.
In tax revenue a year. That's awesome, because that's the first time I'm hearing, because we're spending a lot of money here tonight and last night and tomorrow night. It would be nice to develop areas that have already been zoned. How long has it been zoned for that use?
I don't know that answer either. It's true that it's zoned industrial today.
Guys, come on now. Just because I'm not in favor, you got to have some answers here. Like, we don't know how long it's been zoned that. Everyone that buys a house buys it in a zoning district. Everyone goes out and does their homework and knows what. Now, I certainly didn't know that the guy was going to run a slaughterhouse or be butchering animals down there on his farm until I got the smell. So I certainly wasn't in favor of that. But I am in favor of warehouses in commercial development. And I'd love to know, have you answer for me, how many commercial building permits have actually been approved in our town in the last couple of years? You got to find another way to get money other than homeowners. That should be your job, of balancing it off, and you're not. You're spending money like drunken sailors here, and we got to figure this out.
Hi, I'm Jean Cahill from 1 Thayer Street, and I'm a contaminated site risk assessor, and I had the privilege of reviewing the report and agree with the conclusions that the areas that were sampled are not contaminated. They did a really comprehensive analysis. My concern is that we have only sampled a very small portion of the property, and we don't know what else is on that property. So please, if you could help us understand what we have and haven't ruled out in terms of the dumping history and in terms of what might be buried underneath yard waste, but be, more consequential that has been left on that property. So if you could just tell us a little bit about the assessments we've done so far, that would be helpful. Especially, I'm very concerned, if you look on Google Satellite View, you see this north-south roadway. It's dirt road. It's kind of a road to nowhere. It's got a little turnaround. It's now overgrown from what I can see. It might be overgrown with invasive species. I'm very concerned about invasive species. The Japanese knotweed came up earlier. Japanese knotweed is a scourge, and this property may be very overtaken with invasive species. From what I can see, it looks like it's been cut, so maybe there was timbering activity, but the trees as they've grown in are like these thickets. They're not, it doesn't look like good natural space. So I just want to know what we've done to really analyze the condition of the property to make sure that it will serve the intended conservation restricted use of this land. It's a large parcel. It's in a wonderful location for acquiring it as open space, but I'm very concerned about the condition of the property. I'm very concerned about what we might inherit in terms of an invasive species mess. A few of us went to Edmund Hill Woods a few weeks ago. We cleaned up the south margin of Edmund Hill Woods. It's a huge problem. Once you have an invasive plant problem, you're going to be cleaning up those woods forever, and it's going to cost a lot of money to spray the Japanese knotweed, which is the best remedy. Hate to say it, I'm an environmentalist, but you got to get out the Roundup when it comes to Japanese knotweed. But it's going to take chemical control, mechanical control, and we might have unacknowledged environmental conditions, but we haven't done a complete site assessment of that property. So what we're doing in terms of purchase and sale, if we can have a back out option, if we could escrow some of the money, if we do pay for this, so that if there is a discovered condition, we have the means to clean it up. Those are my concerns. I'm not sure how I feel. I want to hear what everyone else has to say in this room about this property before I make a decision, but I am on the fence, and I have a lot of just knowledge gap concerns, so thank you.
Over here. Hi, my name is Bill Pierce. I live at 367 Whitney Street. I am a member of the planning board, but I am speaking here as a resident of that area. And a couple things I want to say. Number one, and I'm not gonna use his name, he who shall not be named is gonna walk out with $1.7 million, whether we pay it or the other people pay it, right? What we're talking about here is our control over this land. And if they add a freight line into this area, that means that trains will be able to stop. I don't know if anyone's ever watched the trains go through town, all the trash trains, right? Imagine those stopping and waiting there. The federal government has already stated many times that rail is the safest way to transport hazardous waste. That is on their website, that statement. And if you think that a derailment can't happen in our town, guess what? It happened in August on this rail. So this is what we're talking about here. This is what's on the line. They've already said they're going to put a rail through here. They've already stated that. They've already stated that it's going to have to do with the building that they are going to construct here. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Ken Picard, 78 Whitney Street. To a previous speaker who asked about the tax revenue lost, I asked the manager to prepare a graph for me, which he did. So we have two costs. We have an income cost and a value cost. Combining those, the low end is $165,000 a year lost revenue. On the high end is $230,000 a year lost revenue. That's significant money. It is being zoned as industrial use. This is what the application would be for industrial use. They're not asking for any special permits or anything regarding differentials. I think really, we had also talked about earlier about how we reduce our tax burden on the residents. This is one of the ways we do it. We maximize the industrial use and let them build, and we tax them, so we don't have to tax the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
My name is Mark Bashir. I live on 24 Main Street. I understand why people want to build up industrial use here, but I just want to say, at first I wasn't sure I was in favor of this or not, but I'm very much in favor of this. I think it combines affordable housing, recreational land, and open space, beautiful wildlife habitat. I think it does a beautiful job of that. Thank you for putting that work into it. I know we want to build up our finances, but $125,000 industrial, I think we can find other parts of the town that aren't so residentially oriented as Whitney Street. Just so many homes there. I don't think that's really the best place for it. The train situation is a concern also. And as far as this man who owns the land, okay, he might be a real bad guy. I don't know him. I never met him. But he had the decency to offer us, to sell it to us and let us do this. Okay, I mean, and he's required by, okay, he's required by law, but we're spiting ourselves. We're spiting ourselves if we don't buy it ourselves and we let the, he's gonna make 1.7 million selling it to the big company. So we're not gonna punish this guy. We're in no position to do justice on this man for being a bad guy. He's going to make $1.7 million. So he'll make more money. So if you want to punish this guy, let's do it, let's say yes to this so he makes less money, not more money. Okay? So we're a town meeting, we're not a punitive body, and it's not our place to punish a man. We can't do it. So I say absolutely yes to this. I think it's one of the best put together plans we've had. I've seen, I know people want industrial development, more industrial money, but this isn't the time or the place to do that. Whitney Street is not the place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over here.
Greg Rudy, 28 Moore Lane. First, I do support the article here as written. A lot of good points brought up, but I would ask the room to really consider what a manufacturing or a warehousing plant that requires a rail line means. Now, as a former chemical engineer, they don't mean light manufacturing. They don't mean Amazon storage. This is heavy manufacturing. This is hazardous waste storage. You are going to have diesel engines idling there 24 hours a day. You're going to have heavy, heavy machines rolling in and out of there. You're going to have rail to trucks in and out of there all day long. You could have an Amazon situation 10 times worse than you have up on Boundary Street. It is not going to be a sane situation, or it has the potential not to be. So let's go with the safe situation. We know it'll be sane. We know it'll be bucolic. It'll cost us a little money, but we have the money in the accounts. It will be controlled. It'll be under our venue. Give it to the manufacturing company, give it to the rail lines, no control whatsoever. Amazon will look like a cakewalk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over here, please.
Scott Peretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive, and I'm glad my question is following what that fellow resident just said. So regarding revenue, if this were to become a rail yard, what would be the lost revenue in property taxes due to the reduction in property value from these neighborhoods literally being on the other side of the tracks?
Over here, please.
Yeah, Jack Wickstead, 2 Sturtbrook Lane. I'll keep it short. Northborough has enough warehouses. This is a 24-acre parcel which is contiguous with our existing open space. This is an opportunity for the town to keep that open space contiguous, which is incredibly important for open space. You build on it. You don't have 24 acres here and 24 acres. You have a contiguous lot here, which is fantastic for the town. 24 acres is a big lot, and it may look like a 60,000 square foot development on paper until it morphs into a 150,000 square foot development center. And the additional trucks and traffic are going to mean additional police support and additional $70,000 cruisers and additional personnel costs to support the police department to monitor that kind of development. So this is not just a tax issue, this is also a services issue. And that tax revenue doesn't come without services. Thank you.
Tracy Horgan, 17 Reservoir Street. I never felt shorter until I stood in front of a microphone that was taller than me. So, but that's not why I'm here. I have a few questions about the proposed funding. The $1.7 million that is being considered for this purchase, can you tell me, or tell the group of us, other considered parcels around town that have been reviewed for similar uses and rejected in favor of this? Because I imagine if we have $1.7 million we're willing to spend for these uses, that there must be other areas in town that you also used as a comparison.
Well, I can speak for the Open Space Committee, which I represent on this committee, and there was no other parcel presented at this time that we bypassed to bring this to town meeting. The Open Space Committee actively encourages landowners in town to consider selling to the town or putting a permanent restriction on their land as part of their legacy, for instance. And there are ongoing outreach and conversations happening to try to get that to the next level, which might be a parcel of land that comes to the next town meeting and so on. And that's why in subsequent previous town meetings, we've asked for money to be put in the conservation fund to have it available for something like this. So I think to answer you, we feel like we're serving the best opportunity right now for a piece of open space. And it has all those great benefits that I think the town largely voted for CPA in the first place, was to enhance open space preservation, recreational opportunities, and so on. But I want to assure you that we didn't cast aside any others that will be unavailable to us. We will encourage another open space parcel and another after that. Sometimes they're smaller, sometimes they're larger, but it's an active process. So the recurring revenue of CPA the recurring state match, and other grants that we can bring to bear continue to give us the opportunity year over year to bring the same thing back.
Thank you. I have another question and then a comment. I don't know if the town planner or someone on the planning board here is able to address this question, but if we were to if we were to purchase this land and Howland decided they wanted to make an offer on 429 Whitney Street, could they not put in the same type of structure there, also right next to the railroad?
I can't answer it intelligently. It's certainly, there's nothing to prevent the owner from trying to sell that land for something else, but the proximity to the rail of this property made it much more favorable
Right.
for what they propose.
Well, I think that's a matter of what your desires and opinions are, but us rushing to get a piece of land that isn't necessarily suitable, we don't know what the condition of the soil is. We do know that thousands and thousands of tons of questionable waste have been trucked in to other adjacent properties. So there's no reason for us to think that this land is any different, especially if there's been one small sample. So I think that this is just kicking the can down the road for this railway expansion as a potential. This has been zoned as industrial for as long as I've been in town, which is only 25 years, but it's still 25 years. The other concern that I have that I want to voice pretty clearly, we're trying to come up with affordable housing. And we're talking about putting people right next to a railroad, people who can't afford any other housing. Okay, let's shove them up next to a railroad in this really undesirable property that people are already complaining about, that's in a wetland, that's next to an industrial area. That really, really doesn't sound like the kind of thing that we should be proud of, pushing people to the margins who can't afford more.
I'm going to have a Select Board Chair go and comment.
Regarding the question of could the other property on the farm to not be named at 429 Whitney, whether that could be used for this same use, the answer is no. 432 Whitney is particularly attractive to the type of development we're talking about here because it has a railroad easement on it. 429 does not have a railroad easement. Thank you.
Over here.
Hi, Amy Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive, and I'm on the planning board too. I'm speaking as a resident, but also being on the planning board, I did get some information that the possibility is this could be contaminated soils coming in it. And if it is, and it's coming on the railroad, you can't rely on the local zoning bylaws that the planning board have. We won't be able to stop it. We won't be able to say no. The railroads are federal. And it's happened in Grafton, Milford, and Upton, and they had lawsuits, and they tried to fight it after it came in, and they all lost. So this is our only chance to have an opportunity to buy it, to stop this before it actually happens.
Yes.
Hi, Michael Horgan, 17 Reservoir Street. I'm not sure that's entirely correct about 429 Whitney Street. It is, does abut the rail line. It doesn't have an easement across the property, but there'd be nothing to prevent them from working with the railroad to just access their property from the railroad. I'm not a legal expert. Maybe there's somebody up there that could weigh in on that, but the easement just provides a railroad access across the property. I've heard a lot of discussion about a rail yard going in, about hazardous waste. I grew up in the Pine Knoll neighborhood, and when I did, that was an active spur. And there was another active spur. What was then was the Sweet Life warehouse, is now Iron Mountain. I imagine that spur is still there. And those spurs were actively used to deliver parts and equipment to Digital Equipment Corporation, which were the first tenants in those buildings. So just because it's a rail line doesn't automatically mean it's only going to carry hazardous waste, and that's going to become a rail yard, and that's going to become a depot of all kinds of hazardous transportation in and out of town. I don't believe that that's really the case just because of this easement. And I also want to remind everyone, just because the town buys the land does not make that easement go away. That easement will still exist. That easement will still provide rail access to all of the other warehouses that are on the other side of that parcel. And they could open that easement at any time they want to do that, because that is an easement that's placed on the property that we're about to purchase.
Over here, please.
Thank you. Scott Stockland, 12 Patrick Drive. I am a member of the Financial Planning Committee, but I'm speaking tonight as a resident. I'm not going to repeat all of the other comments that have been said. I think everybody here kind of knows these properties, and they know the albatross that these properties have been around the town's neck for the better part of 20 years. This is not an indictment against industrial zoning. This is about one specific transaction at one specific address at one specific time, and that's tonight. And this is a great opportunity for the town to change the trajectory of these two properties, purchase, acquire, and control the land. We have the money. It's not going to require any additional borrowing, no impact to taxes, and we should 100% take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jorge Ruiz, 268 Whitney Street. I rise to support this Article 40. I happen to work in a town, I've worked in a town, I'm not going to name it, for the past 21 years, where they have very active railroad systems. And if anybody's sat behind a 10-minute railroad, maybe downtown, you're going to see the rail doesn't stop. It doesn't matter. Trash falls off those things. I'm not even talking hazardous waste. I'm just talking in general. Whatever they're transporting, whatever they want to bring down the road, they're going to do it. And there's going to be trash everywhere. There's going to be more trucks coming down Whitney Street, which is already a problem. If you don't think there'll be derailments, there will be. A friend of mine lives in Berlin. He's dealing with the problems over there. They've had 4 derailments, 2 partials, which meant a wheel came off the rail, and 2 complete derailments where the truck fell over, the train fell over. It brings other problems. Safety, right? How are we going to deal with that? Do we have a plan? The fire department is going to have to come up with an action plan. The town is going to have to come up with an action plan to deal with this. If it's actually hazardous waste, somebody else mentioned property values. They're going to go down when you have rails coming through there making noise. I can hear the rail come through my house, a little bit, not very often, and it is, on a night you can hear it. And if it's constant in trucks, people might shy away from that. So I hear people talking about, revenue and industrial, and I think that that's great. I just don't think that this particular place and time is the time to do it. I also would suspect that that individual, who is an evil, evil man, has an ulterior motive. I mean, there's a reason why he's doing it. He's going to get the money regardless if he gets it from us or he gets it from that place. He's going to get it. I'm sure that he would love to stick it to the town on the way out. I guarantee it. So, I get it, but we're not paying more taxes on it, and the money's there, and some people don't want to pay the man. Well, he's going to get paid. So do we want to pay him and control the land and maybe help ourselves out and our children out, or do we want to give it to somebody else and just hope that it works out? I would say we pay the man and we control the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over here.
Carter Brannon, 22 Sherland Drive, which also is in the Pine Knoll neighborhood. I think something that has not really been brought up in these discussions so far is the emphasis that this is an open space area. This is wildlife habitat. This is connected to various other already protected open space. The Whitney Street industrial area, which I believe was zoned industrial either in the 40s or the 70s, depending on which zoning change that came into. But it's a kind of, I honestly think it's a nice industrial park as it is, because it is completely surrounded by open space. And this parcel is one of the ones that is maintaining that kind of almost like a green belt area ring around this industrial area. And it's open space that should be protected. A a lot of the comments against this article are concerned about the need for increased industrial and commercial properties to be paying taxes. I think that, the expecting and requiring industrial growth, which has been how this town has operated for several decades, is just not a sustainable approach to how to fund the town. You cannot have infinite growth, but we want growth both for the taxes and for the jobs. But you have to do that growth in an intelligent way that is not sacrificing the important aspects of this town. And I believe that our town's environment should be one of, if not the most important planning priority of the town. And we have not, our zoning laws are outdated. They're from the 70s, most of the zoning map, and should be changed. But until we can create a better zoning map, we should be purchasing open space to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Aaron Hutchins, 91 Brigham. Let me say, first of all, I'm afraid that when this article is voted on, you're not going to have a quorum after this is voted on, based on the support that I'm hearing for this. But most importantly, I want to say that this is reminiscent to our White Cliffs debate. And we have still no solution to that. So I have great hope that if this passes, that the open space does not become a second White Cliffs property for us in terms of problems that we need to resolve and solutions that we don't have answers for yet. So I say to the audience, beware the White Cliff, but I certainly understand the residents that have gone through what they've gone through, because it has gone as far back from when I sat on the select board, probably a dozen years ago. So this has been a very long-standing emotional issue for them, and I certainly want them to find the relief. I just hope it doesn't become an albatross to the town.
We're going to stay over here. Yes, you.
Alex Goldman, 339 Crawford Street. I've heard a lot of people say things, a lot of ifs out there. If there's a railway, if there's a derailment, lots of ifs, lots of fear-mongering too. And also, it seems as if people are thinking that you purchase this property and you purchase the adjacent property, or you purchase this property and activities change on the adjacent property. That doesn't make any sense at all. SA Farms isn't going away when we make this purchase. And as the previous speaker just said, we're potentially buying into something that is going to cost us way more money. And it's a question mark. I can't support this.
Tristan Bezant, 104 Green Street. I thank the audience for their thoughtful and well-articulated comments and debate on this tonight. I think this is a great example of what can happen when people take the time to think about the article before us. I came into this as a no, but I've heard the debate, and I believe that this is a good move for the town. It protects the neighborhood, protects the interests of the town, protects the residents. But as one other speaker previously mentioned, and knowing the history of the landowner, the potential for unknown contaminants, illegal dumping, is a real possibility at this site. So my question is it possible legally to, within the purchase and sale that the town executes, withhold funds or do additional investigation to ensure that we aren't unknowingly purchasing a contaminated dump site from SNA Farms?
I want to answer your question one way and then ask if some of our town staff can add to it. I want to re-emphasize that the property was toured by a team of our town staff. The soil was tested professionally. There is no evidence of illegal dumping that's going on, with the exception of an RV and a few plows that are stored on the land. There's no evidence of other dumping that's been going on, to what we've been told. So, but your question raises a caution that I think is valid, and once a purchase and sale is executed, are there contingencies that we're planning to build in? It's a valid question.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Mr. Moderator, just, we have to follow what the current purchase and sales agreement, we have to be under those terms and conditions. We have to meet those requirements. We can always ask for some modification. We were granted this extension in time where we didn't have to have a special town meeting to handle this. So there might be a possibility that the person could accommodate some changes. We did the soil sampling in the areas in which we thought we might build. So that's why we did it there, and that's what came back clean. But long and short, to answer your question, we have to stay inside of the original P&S with the current Howland Group, with the owner.
Over here, please.
Gina Babcock, 54 Coolidge Circle, and I live in front of 429 Whitney Street. And I've dealt with the owner at that site for over 15 years. At first, I was all for purchasing the site. I was appreciative at the town finally doing something about it, because it could have been prevented if they did something 15 years ago. But my question is, there was a previous purchase offer to purchase both sites by Lincoln Properties back in 2021. And the town, all committees, declined. They did not want anything to do with the properties due to your concern about contamination, and I'm not sure what other reasons, but it was declined. Well, unless you can answer me why it was declined. Why did you decline it in 2021?
I can answer from the Open Space Committee's perspective and the recommendations for the lands at that time. 432 was, in fact, recommended to preserve, but not 429. And then the offers to sell that were rescinded. So there was no declining, there was no transaction available to us to bring to town meeting on those properties at the time.
Okay, so that deal, after you declined the offer, they rescinded their offer, so they canceled. They did not want to purchase the properties. And we don't know why, but they gave no reason why they decided not to purchase those properties. There was a reason. So that offer just went away. So
I can't speak to that.
So this is my other question is, the owner of the 432, did he give the town an extension to buy the property?
It's my understanding that the intended offers to purchase those properties by others did not go forward. It wasn't that the town decided not to buy it. We weren't presented with that option at the time,
Okay.
is my memory.
But as of now, with the property at 432, did the owner give the town an extension to buy the property? Did you request an extension?
We requested, back to the information from an earlier slide, the offer came in on December 5. It triggers a 120-day window. That would have been before this town meeting, so we asked for a slight extension to get beyond this town meeting. That's it.
And why would he give you an extension if he had a legitimate buyer?
The buyer's still legitimate.
But why would he give you an extension if he had a great buyer and he's ready to go? It makes no sense. He's not for the town. He's not for the community. He doesn't care about the town. Doesn't care about us. So I'm in question about the legitimacy of the offer. So, I mean, he's been playing cat and mouse with us, poker with us, and is this a bluff? That's my question. Is this a legit offer?
Well, the purchase and sale with the Howland Corporation is a verified, bona fide offer. So that's going to happen if we don't vote to control it.
Okay, so if this deal falls through, the town again has the right of first refusal? So if this particular deal does not, like, it doesn't, and it falls, he still owns the property, and then he gets another offer from another buyer, does this town still have that ability to?
If this owner hypothetically were to maintain the property under the Chapter 61A program, then the town maintains that right of first refusal. Same with any other property owner whose land is governed by that program, and they chose to sell it for development, we'd have that right of first refusal. That's
Okay.
part of the benefit of that program.
All right, that's good to know. And also, if we do buy that site, we're going to give him $1.7 million. And what does he do with that $1.7 million when he still owns 429 Whitney Street? What we're doing is we're enabling him to continue his legal activities there at 429. We're funding. We're actually giving him more opportunity to do illegal activity at that site. We're not stopping him from doing anything.
I understand, but the other buyer will give him that same power.
I
And we
disagree.
won't have control over
I
it.
disagree. Thank you.
Okay, over here, please.
Hi, Brittany Law, 339 Crawford Street. I'm also curious about the details of, the contract, and is there an opportunity for the current buyer to back out in different ways from this purchase and sale agreement? That's my first question.
I'm not a real estate attorney, but when you enter into a purchase and sale agreement, you've got some penalty to get out. They have not rescinded up to this hour, so we have to assume that they would go forward with it.
So what would be their risk?
I can't answer specifically.
Wouldn't that be in the purchase and sale agreement, the amount they've committed?
It may be.
So you don't have the details of that?
I don't personally have it in my memory, I'm sorry. But the town has a copy of it and has reviewed it.
Is there someone else who could answer that question?
Sure. Could you define the question more specifically?
What are the outs that are detailed in the purchase and sale for the current purchaser to back out of this
Not
agreement?
Northborough, but the signer of the PNS, the Howland Corporation?
Yeah.
What is their incentive to not back out? Is that one way to put it?
No, what are the terms within the purchase and sale that could allow them to back out?
How is this relevant? Yeah. Could we please stay on point? I think you're asking hypothetical questions, and Mr.
No,
Campbell.
I'm asking about the.
Wait, let me speak. You're asking hypothetical questions that Mr. Campbell doesn't have all of the information to be able to answer. And I see that you're getting frustrated. I also know that the floor is getting very frustrated. So I'm asking, can we move on?
I'm not asking a hypothetical question. I'm asking what is within the current purchase and sale that would allow the current purchaser to back out of this agreement. To the other woman's point about how viable is this agreement?
Well, the agreement's as solid as any real estate purchase and sale contract, so there's no indication that that buyer is backing out. You mean, I think you're asking if we don't buy it, will they back out anyway, and we'll be back in the same situation?
No, I'm asking about the terms of the purchase and sale that are written.
I don't have them at my beck and call. It's available to the town. But if we buy it, then that purchase and sale is not relevant any longer because the town will be negotiating its own contract and making it for the town.
Okay?
Thank you. I'll move on to my next question.
How many questions do we have?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
You have people behind you waiting as well.
I'm wondering why the Appropriations Committee is not in support of this.
Ms. Morrow? Yeah, oh, sorry, I'm looking past John on that one. The Appropriation Committee looked at it through the lens of that revenue generation opportunity for a commercial property. And so some of the folks that have spoken before about the potential tax revenues that are available in that industrial zone was the main reasons for looking at it from that financial lens that the majority of the committee did not vote to recommend.
Thank you. And doesn't this property already have conservation restrictions on it that would restrict like development on this property?
No, currently it has no restriction from developing within the current zoning. It's not under any other conservation restriction. It's only under the Chapter 61 program, which briefly allows a property owner to pay reduced taxes for the benefit to the town of the right of first refusal to buy it if they wanted to sell it for development. That's the only condition on the property. It's not governed by any other conservation restriction at the current time.
So because it's not close to the, so I understand it's close to the wetlands. Is it not close enough that it would be within the Conservation Commission's?
It's, let me be, if you can see the map, the other green are lands that are conservation restricted lands, not all owned by Northborough. Some of it's in Berlin, some of it's controlled by Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation. But that's one of the benefits is this land not owned by us now, but if we did buy it, we can make it permanently conserved and we add to that conservation buffer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. I assume you have some new points.
Mr. Moderator, I actually have a procedural question. Our municipal code says a motion to indicate the sense of a meeting as to any subject matter shall be in order. My question, Mr. Moderator, is if I ask for a motion for the sense of the meeting, would we be able to take a straw vote on this article immediately at that point? The reason I ask is I have an amendment that I may not need to offer depending on the sense of the meeting.
I don't believe we would have a sense of the meeting. That's what the voting is all about.
I'm looking at Municipal Code, Chapter 180, 120, that says that motion would be in order. But that's okay. I'll just, Mr. Moderator, I do have a written amendment. It's a very narrow one, a very simple one, and I hope it helps us move forward. I move to amend the motion on Article 40 to strike through the words, quote, "and the development of up to 8 affordable low-income dwelling units." And I could bring that up to the moderator, and I'd like to speak to why, if it's in order.
You have a motion, I don't have a second.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Come on down. We're going to deal with town council. Sorry. Yes? Okay, may I have your attention, please? We have on the floor an amendment to Article 40 I've reviewed it as well as town council. It seems to meet the requirements of a reasonable amendment. And the amendment is, if we go to the last sentence of the motion, and it would say, and the development of up to 8 affordable low-income dwelling units. That would be taken out of the motion as far as what's going on. That's the only change that
Yes.
exists.
May I speak?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. And in case the disclosure is relevant, I don't think it is, but I was recently appointed to the Zoning Board of Appeals. I don't speak on behalf of that board, nor have I sat in any meetings yet. Just putting that out there. The reason isn't because I'm against low-income dwelling units. One of the gentle ladies we heard from earlier said if we're having affordable low-income units, we shouldn't be putting them in the nether regions of our industrial district. Some of our friends who are of the most vulnerable, we don't send them out where there's no services, no transportation. But the better point for why this should come out, and we should be voting on whether this is used for an open space, which would be perfectly valid, or let it be developed as industrial, is because, as I heard, I watched the meetings where this was presented in the Community Preservation Committee and other meetings around this, and as was presented today, it is industrial zoned. Our zoning does not allow residential, single-family, dual-family, quadruple-family, multifamily, mixed. It does not allow those uses in this parcel. So I think if we're voting for this because we think affordable units are going to be put there, we're mistaken, because they can't. And as to rezoning it, that would be, in my humble opinion, a spot zoning. If you were just to rezone the little 2 acres that they want to make into residential, that would be spot zoning, and I don't think the law would allow us to do it, even if we wanted to. So I understand the reason for why it got in here, but I just don't. I think that if we're going to pass it, it ought to be because it's for open space, not with a mistaken belief that at some point in the future there's going to be housing units. And there was a slide that actually seemed a little controversial on this point, because it said this property provides a buffer between a great residential community and the industrial zone that it's currently part of. Okay, and then it says, but we're going to put homes on it in the buffer. That doesn't really make sense for us to put some of our most vulnerable people next to the rail line, as the gentlelady said, in the nether regions of our town. And that's my only reason for this amendment, that if we vote for it, it should be for open space. If we vote against it, it should be for industrial. Thank you.
Thank you. What, are you commenting on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
There seems to be some confusion. He keeps referring to it as low income. Affordable housing is not low income. Affordable housing is a percentage of your average homeowner's home price. So I don't, somebody said 600,000 here, so that would be 500,000, okay? I'm not going to address his other concerns about rezoning and stuff, but you got to have a distinction between affordable housing and low-income housing. So they keep referring to, you can't put these people on the fringe of society there. If you can afford a $500,000 house, you're not on the fringe of society.
Okay, up here.
Robert Babcock, 54 Coolidge Circle, and a butter to the farming operation that's been going on for some time. 3 questions. First one, how long has this parcel at 432 been available with the town having an option to buy it? How long has that been in place?
What's that got to do with the amendment?
I guess the answer would be the town could pursue buying any property if the seller was wanting to sell it. The opportunity to buy it under this program, because the buyer has another offer, started on December 5, 2023.
And you stated earlier this is an arm's length transaction?
I didn't hear your word, I'm sorry.
You stated earlier that this is an arm's length transaction. It's a bona fide purchase and sales agreement?
I didn't use the word arm's length that I recall.
Fair.
It's a bona fide signed purchase and sale agreement.
And you said the appraiser verified that
An
earlier?
independent professional appraisal was just completed in the month of April, verifying the fair value of the land at 1.7 million.
I believe earlier you said he verified that it was a valid purchase and sales agreement, correct?
No, the appraiser didn't have anything to do with the P&S.
Okay, my misunderstanding of what you said earlier. So the original option for the town to buy this expired
May 20
at May 20th.
this year.
There was no extension given by the farmer?
There was an agreement to extend it beyond this town meeting, yes.
Okay. So there was a bona fide purchase and sales agreement, arm's length transaction.
That's correct.
That's a great point.
That's correct.
So now,
Mr. Stone?
Oh, yes. Doug Stone, 33 Birchill Road. And as a local realtor, I should comment on this. As far as the amendment goes, I agree with the gentleman that this really doesn't belong in an industrial zone for affordable dwelling units. They mentioned the fact that it was, I'm looking at the word low income, so this is for folks that can't, typically afford an average cost home in town. So I agree with the lady that said that we're trying to put them in a zone that isn't really maybe the best. And so I agree with the amendment that it should be stricken. And that also, I'm not sure we answered the question on whether that could actually be built there because of the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I can answer the question about whether affordable housing could be built on that parcel, and the answer is yes. Affordable housing is often built through what's called a local initiated project, which is something that would go through the select board and in some cases town meeting, and that can happen on any area of zoning.
Well, this gentleman's been standing there for a while, so I'll go with him.
I can wait till after.
Okay? Is this pertaining to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah, I just had a question, just wanted to check before we vote on the amendment. Was the affordable housing included in the article as a kind of, because otherwise to make sure the funding would be available through the program, or is, if that's removed, is the same funding still available?
let me comment briefly on the amendment and with regard to affordable housing. Bear with me a minute. We need more affordable housing, all right? There's no doubt. We've had the most success in town recently with small initiatives, thanks to our Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation. We recently turned a duplex on Boundary Street into affordable housing. It's the same house, but now it's made more affordable. We did so on Main Street by converting two historic buildings into affordable housing, 33 and 39 Main Street. These small initiatives seem more amenable in a town that really doesn't want to see another big apartment complex, apparently. So by adding the opportunity to do that on a portion of this property, we felt it was a good thing for the town. CPA is partly for affordable housing. So that's the reason why we wrote it this way, because we don't have a plan or an exact model of exactly the size of it. We chose to specify it as 4 to 8 affordable housing units, something on the order of a small project like we're used to approving at previous town meetings. So in that respect, I ask you to vote against the amendment and vote on the original motion. But I think your questions are valid. I hope I've addressed it.
Well, I was just checking because I know, like, the way the CPA funding, sometimes, you know, you're required to set aside a certain amount of money for some things, not others. Would removing the affordable housing, like, impact what funding's available or cause some kind of issue with that?
Well, to be clear, there's another article on the warrant, the passage of which would address the minimum for this year. The minimum 10% 10% of expected new revenue would be 82,000. So the Article 2, I'm sorry, would technically address that if it were passed.
Right, thank you.
Thanks. Sorry to belabor the question.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Moderator, through you, just for purposes of educating the body on the effect of the amendment if it's passed, and then the property is subsequently, or the body votes in favor of the purchase of the property through the article, the town could still put affordable housing on that parcel because it is open space. So again, even if the amendment is passed, it would have no impact on the town's ability to put affordable housing on that property. Thank you.
Thank you. One last question over here.
Do I need to address the amendment, or?
The amendment, please.
I have nothing for the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, one moment, I apologize. Brian, could I put a qualifier on that? When you buy real property with CPA and we're buying land, you have to put a permanent conservation restriction on the portion of that land that at least meets or exceeds the open space monies that you're applying to it. In this case, that technically means the $664,000 that was already in the conservation fund. So we know that at least some of the land has to be permanently conserved. We're telling you that the way the motion is written and the way the plan is presented, we're planning to put a conservation restriction on the vast majority of it. I hope that adds to what you offered. It does not prevent the town from putting some housing on that portion that's not permanently conserved.
Okay, back to our game. To refresh your memories, what we are talking about and will soon be voting on is the amendment to Article 40. The amendment, for just to shorten the discussion, is to strike the words "and the development of up to 8 affordable low-income dwelling units." I'm using the language in front of me, so don't attack me. What was that? I didn't hear what you said. Oh, I said affordable, and then I said low income. Okay? But that's what we're voting on now. And what this will do is if the amendment passes, then we go back and then we can have some discussion and vote on the amended Article 40. Okay? Are we ready to vote? Everyone understands? I don't have to read this whole thing? Thank you.
I just have a quick question.
Where's the question?
Sorry. The way it's stated in there, it limits it to 8 units, but you were saying that open space, you could still put affordable housing on there. So this states that it's only 8, but if that's taken out, at a different point, any number of units could be put on that space. Is that correct?
Only to the extent that the land is not, does not have the conservation restriction. You can't build on that. So it's a
But
matter
by
of...
taking it out, you're then opening a possibility of something else that we don't know.
I don't think that's true.
No.
Nope, sorry. I'm waiting. I'm going to address the
Okay, we are now voting on the amendment to Article 40. And the amendment, we have the changed. Okay. If we can put the amendment article up there and the voting, and I see that people are already voting. Just to help you out, yes means that we will then look at the amended one and vote on that if this does. No means we go back to the original article and vote on that. Okay, 5 more seconds in voting. And the voting is closed. The amendment does not pass. Back to the original Article 40. Okay, I've heard a motion to move the question. I heard a second. Who did the second? Thank you. This gentleman's been standing there for a long time. Does it have to do with Article 40?
Yes. And I have a comment.
Okay.
My name is Tim Kalin. I live 42 Davis Street. I am a member of the Appropriations Committee. As somebody that represents this town, I just wanted to apologize to you for the way that you were treated when you were up here asking questions. I thought that was very rude. We had a man come up here yesterday and rant and rave, article after article after article. Nobody interrupted him. The moderator didn't interrupt him. This woman comes up and asks intelligent questions about specific facts of the purchase and sale, and she gets interrupted and told to sit down. Unacceptable. That is unacceptable. Everybody here deserves to be treated with respect, and that was rude and unacceptable. And as somebody that represents this community, I just wanted to apologize to you for that. My second question is, Tim McInerney, when you referenced the town administrator, when you referenced the purchase and sale, you said that could not be negotiated, that we had to abide by the terms of that purchase and sale. Later in the conversation, John Campbell, you mentioned that we could negotiate the parts of the purchase and sale. So I'm unclear as, because that's a big deal. Like if nobody here has a copy of the purchase and sale, that should be up on the screen so that everybody can see it.
Yeah.
So if you could clarify that, that would be
If I used the
great. Thank
words
you.
declaring that we could negotiate it, that was mistaken. So that's not my place to discuss that, Tim.
Mr. Chase, do you have anything additional that you wish to add?
Oh, I have to summarize up the entire night, pretty much. I would recommend putting an entire conservation restriction on this, and I could give you a 101 tutorial in affordable housing, but I don't know how you're going to get through this. It hasn't been presented. This entire meeting has been an education. Never have we learned so much about knowing so little, really, you know, when it comes to a lot of these things. And I'm all for land conservation. There's a lot of value in open space, and we don't have to have affordable housing in everything. And I'd recommend and make another motion on putting an entire conservation restriction on it. I don't know why it wasn't done in the first place. But
Okay, motion has been made to move the question and seconded. All those in favor, please. No, we can't do that. We have to do it. We have to do it digitally.
No, we got cards. We're not slaves to question. We got cards. We got cards. Hey, Bob.
Okay, 5 more seconds, please. Okay, the voting is closed. I declare that the motion to move the question passes by the required 2/3 vote. We're back at Article 40. As far as what's going, finally, we're back at Article 40. And we're voting on the original Article 40. This is the motion that we have, okay? I'm not going to bore you with reading the whole thing. The voting is open. Okay, 5 more seconds. And the vote is closed. Article 40 passes, and please leave your clickers behind as you rush out the door.
Thank you for this. Thank you so much.
There's a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
What? 6, yes.
Motion to adjourn?
There's a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We can, and we will return, we'll adjourn tonight and return tomorrow night at 5:59 PM. Meeting is adjourned.